2024 respectively. In this regard, honorable members, the approval of the mediated versions of the two bills by both houses of Parliament now concludes their bicameral consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(5) of the Constitution. I will now proceed to present the two bills to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of Article 113(3) of the Constitution. I thank you. The second message from the Senate is on the passage of the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, and the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1, I wish to report to the House that I received two messages from the Senate regarding the passage of two National Assembly bills. The two messages convey that on Tuesday, 19th November 2024, the Senate considered and passed the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, and the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022, both with amendments. Honorable members, you may recall that the National Assembly considered and passed the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, and the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022 on 26th October 2023 and 20th March 2024, respectively. Thereafter, I refer the two bills to the Senate for consideration pursuant to Article 110(4) of the Constitution. The Senate has now referred the said bills back for reconsideration pursuant to Article 1121B of the Constitution. The House is therefore required to consider the Senate amendments to the two bills, and in this regard, I hereby direct the clerk to circulate the schedules of the Senate amendments to the two bills to all members as required by the standing orders. Further, the schedule of Senate amendments to the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, stand referred to the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works for consideration. With regard to the schedule of Senate amendments to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022, they stand referred to the Departmental Committee on Health for consideration. Honorable members, I urge the two committees to prioritize their consideration and report to the House as soon as is practicable to enable the House to consider the Senate amendments to the respective bills. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. I see with the written Majority Whip. The Deputy Majority Whip. I thought this is normally...
Honorable Speaker, what was there was laid in the morning. We have nothing to lay.
You have nothing. What about all this? Report of the Auditor General and financial statements for some schools. You don't have those?
Honorable Speaker, yes, the clerk's office had duplicated what was laid in the morning, but there is one for the afternoon sitting.
Clerk, and the heading on this, on this paper is always the Majority Leader. Whether it's the whip or the Deputy Whip or the Deputy Majority Leader, they all act under the umbrella of the Majority Leader. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 26, 2024, afternoon sitting. Number 1, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, and 30th June 2023, and the certificates therein in respect of Number 1, A, Saka Girls Secondary School, B, Kulamawe Secondary School, C, Kina Secondary School, D, Garbatura Girls Day School Secondary School, E, Garbatula Boys High School, F, Kitui High School, and G, Iku Boys High School. Number 2, the exit report of the National Hospital Insurance Fund Board. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Social Protection. Alice.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 26 November 2024. Report on the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and as a member of the National Gender and Equality Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health. Honorable Dr. Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 26 November 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Health on the harmonization of the proposed amendments to the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 61 of 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is this the Mele or the Ambo bill?
Yes.
Okay.
We did the
After winnowing.
Yes.
Excellent. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 26th November 2024. A report of the Departmental Committee on Labor on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and as members of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 26th of November 2024. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the following 3 bills. 1, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Bill number 3, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2024. The Public Finance Management Amendment Bill number 4 of 2024, and the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 48 of 2024. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 26 November 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the vetting of nominee for appointment as the chairperson and as members of the board of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 26th November 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and as members of the Commission on the Administration of Justice. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Social Protection. Alice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that taking into consideration the finding of Departmental Committee on Social Protection in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and as a member of the National Gender and Equality Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 26 November 2024, the pursuant to Article 230 of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of 1. Honorable Rehema Dida Jaldesa as the chairperson of the Gender and Equality Commission, and 2. Michael Zomo Bithuka as a member of the National and Gender and Equality Commission. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labour in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and as members of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 26th November 2024, and pursuant to Article 230 of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of 1. Mr. Sami Chepkwony as the chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, and 2. The following nominees as members of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission to represent the specified institutions. 1. Major General Retired Martin Kizito Ngunyi, CBS, as nominee of the Defense Council. 2. Mr. Mohammed Ahmed Abdi as a nominee of the Senate on behalf of county governments. Number 3, Ms. Jane Gataka Njage as a nominee of the Teacher Service Commission. 4, Dr. Gida Odera as a nominee of the Federation of Kenya Employers, FKE. Number 5, Dr. Geoffrey Apollo Omondi as a nominee of the Central Organization of Trade Union, COTU. And number 6, Mr. Leonid Ashindu as a nominee of the Association of Professional Societies in East Africa, APSEA. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Karemba. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Tongoyo.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the finding of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the vetting of nominee of appointment as chairperson and as members of the Board of Independent Policing Oversight Authority, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 26th November 2024, and pursuant to Article 252B of the Constitution as read together with Section 11(5) of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority Act Cap 86 and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F, this House approved the appointment of 1. Mr. Hamed Isaac Hassan, CBS, as the chairperson of the Board of Independent Policing Oversight Authority. The following nominees as members of the Board of Independent Policing Oversight Authority: Ms. Anne Wanjigu Mwangi, Dr. Mika Onyego Nyakego, PhD, OGW, Mr. Boniface Kipkemoi Samati, Dr. Annette Mudola Mboga, Honorable John Mushiri Nyaga, HSC, Mr. Ken Williams Nyakomita, OGW, and Ms. Jacqueline Lukalo Mwenezi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Commission on Administrative Justice, laid on the table of the House today, 26th November 2024, and pursuant to Article 252B of the Constitution, as read together with the Sections 10 and 11 of the Commission on Administrative Justice Act, Cap 7J, and the Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the following to the Commission on the Administrative Justice. Number 1, Mr. Charles Orinda Ndulo, Chairperson. Number 2, Honorable Charles Njagwa Kanyi, Member. And number 3, Ms. Dorothy Jemato Kimengech, as Member. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
A response to statement of Honorable Raila Kasiwai. Tongoyo, are you ready? Administration and Internal Security is a statement requested by a member for West Pokot. Is she requesting? Oh, sorry, she's requesting.
She's requesting, Honorable Speaker.
The next are the Kasiwai. Kasiwai. Statement dropped. Next, Gonzirai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44(2)(c), I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation regarding the status on implementation of Makamini Dam project. Honorable Speaker, the Makamini Dam project is located west of Makamini Shopping Center in Kwale County and financed by the national government through the Coast Water Works Development Agency. The project aims to improve access to water and hygiene for over 40,000 residents from Makamini, Kinagoni, Matumbi, Mutaha, Mabesheni, Bofu, Kibandaongo, and Minyenzeni and Mwabila sublocation. It is also the second biggest project after Mwache Dam. Mwache Multipurpose Dam project, which is meant to harness the flood flows from Mwache River Basin for domestic water supply and irrigation in Kwale and Mombasa counties. Despite its strategic importance, the people has been faced with inordinate delays since the launch of its construction by the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation in 2021. Honorable Speaker, it is against the background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on the following. A report on the status of the Makamini Dam projects, including progress report and any challenges encountered by the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. 2, the measures put in place to facilitate collaboration between the county government, the National Land Commission, and the County Land Office to jointly fast-track resolution of ownership of the targeted pieces of land and compensation of owners of the acquired land, and the steps taken by the Ministry to ensure timely completion of the construction of Makamini Dam Project Phase 1 and the expected date of completion. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Bowen, Chairman. When can you bring a response next week?
No, 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker.
2 weeks, you know we are breaking next week. Which 2 weeks?
Let me try, Mr. Speaker, if I can
bring a response by Thursday morning.
By Thursday, okay.
Yes.
Obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Rashid Bedzimba.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44(2)(c), I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the criteria for recognition and equation of certificates and diplomas obtained from schools offering international curricula in the country. Honorable Speaker, there exist 2 curricula in the Kenya education system: the international curriculum and the CBC, which replaced the former 844 curriculum. International curricula are recognized by the world-based universities and employers, giving students a wide range of options in their education and career. However, students who complete their studies under the international curricula
often face challenges seeking admission to local universities or employment in the public sector due to the restrictive guidelines set by the Kenya National Examination Council. Honorable Speaker, one of the core functions of the Kenya National Examination Council is to carry out equation of certificates and diplomas issued by the credible examining boards. However, the guidelines published by Council on 31st May 2024 stipulate that by NEC are not equitable. Council on 31st May 2024 stipulate that institutional-based certificate or courses, whether local or international, similar to those offered by NEC are not equitable. Currently, over 11,000 students are enrolled in various institutions offering international curricula in the country. This policy effectively bars these students from admission to local university and from employment within the public sector solely due to the lack of an equivalent certification. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1. The reason for the inordinate delay by NEC in formulating guidelines on equation of certificates or diplomas obtained from schools offering international curricula within the country. 2. Measures undertaken by the Ministry of Education to facilitate the equation of certificates and diplomas obtained from international schools in the country, thereby allowing these students access to local university admission and public sector employment opportunity. Lastly, action taken by the Ministry of Education to address the challenges faced by students of international curricula who are impacted by NEC's policies. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Education. Malulu Njende, are you the Vice Chair of Education?
Mr. Speaker, we'll be on recess from next week. So we will organize for a meeting after the busy week next week. So we'll give a response maybe later when we resume next year.
No, you bring a response on Thursday afternoon next week.
Well guided, Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. Yes, Honorable Architect Mulyungi. Give Mulyungi the mic.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Chair for Interior responded to my statement in April.
Responded?
Responded.
Yes.
And I was not satisfied. And I raised it in the floor of the House here. And you directed that he comes back with a substantive, responsive answer in 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, I discussed with him.
And you have sat on your rights from April to November.
I've been discussing with him. I'm coming to that.
Yes.
I discussed with him, and he asked me to resubmit the statement again, asking for clarifications. Mr. Speaker, I went to the table office, and they told me that cannot work.
There is no provision under the standing orders.
Yes, they told me it can't work.
For resubmitting a statement.
Yes. So they asked me to raise it as a point of order in the floor of the House so that you can redirect again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tongoyo.
Mike, please. The Honourable Member did admit that we have been in talk. What Honourable Speaker, I kind of suggested and we agreed with him is that he able to submit it as a question addressed to the Minister, so that maybe he comes to the House and able to have an opportunity to interrogate the CS. And we agreed actually with him so.
Mulyungi, if you agreed, why are you raising it? There is a mic where you are sitting.
Mr. Speaker, it was a very urgent matter, And considering that questions take a long time to be answered, I thought seeking further clarifications from the minister would be faster from the chair. Okay. If you can so direct, Mr. Speaker.
What you do, engage with the chairman privately. If you feel dissatisfied, I'll give you an opportunity on Thursday this week to raise the issue on a point of order. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, resolution to sit until conclusion of specified business.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business listed as order number 13, that's the Committee of the Whole House, in today's order paper, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. Honorable Speaker, I'm moving this on behalf of the House Business Committee, which did resolve yesterday that the coffee bill that is listed as order number 13, yes, order number 13, Committee of the Whole House. Honorable Speaker, this coffee bill, as you mentioned, was on the floor almost the whole of last week, from Tuesday all the way to Thursday, and we are only able to go up to only clause number 11. And the chair of the committee was here last week to transact business, but we could not get the numbers to transact. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with you. Those members who are from the coffee growing areas, and Honorable Speaker, you will give me the latitude tomorrow afternoon, yes, or tomorrow morning to name any member. You know, last week, but one Honorable Speaker, when I mentioned members who are not seated in the House, I saw a lot of good positive change. With members now being there when it is time to ask their questions, chairs of committees being there when there are questions and statements that relate to their committees. It is good that the chair of the Agriculture Committee, the Honorable Mutunga, has been seated in this House throughout this debate.
He's always here.
He's always here. But if you look for the vice chair of that committee, he is never here. If you count the number of members from the Agriculture Committee, there are a handful who are here. And Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this to serve notice to members of the Agriculture Committee. And I know the whips are here. They know what to do. Honorable Millie Odhiambo knows what to do as a whip of the minority. Honorable Soro knows what to do with members of the Agriculture Committee who are not there to transact business that relates to their own committee. Members of Parliament who come from coffee growing areas. Honorable Speaker, as you said, it is not enough to shout in funerals how much you are pushing for coffee farmers, yet when you should be pushing legislation that will benefit those coffee farmers, you are never there on the floor. But after this, you will hear members over the weekend saying, oh, we have legislated, we have passed a bill. You passed it and you are not there. You did not contribute even a word in the enactment of that legislation, Honorable Speaker. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, tomorrow, I am listing all constituencies that grow coffee, and even those with potential to grow coffee. The member for Ainabko, he told us yesterday that he was the first farmer to introduce coffee in Uasin Gishu. Therefore, when we talk about coffee growing areas, we want to see members from Uasin Gishu in those areas where they are growing coffee. The Honorable Sunkuli has been here because in Kilgoris, he knows they are now growing coffee. So it is not just members from Central Kenya or the Mount Kenya region where they have been traditionally been growing coffee. I have seen coffee, as you said, Honorable Speaker, in Endebes, in Trans Nzoia County. I'm glad the Honorable Magufuli, Honorable Speaker,
Majority Leader, if you want to know, coffee is grown in Kiambu,
yes,
Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Embu, Nyeri, Machakos, Meru, Nyamira, Kisii, Kakamega, Bungoma, Machakos, Kericho, Nandi, Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Now you have done what I intended to do tomorrow.
Yes.
Now, members from those particular counties, as named by the Speaker, if you are not here to legislate on this coffee bill, please waste no time going to shout in funerals and in weddings and crying more than the bereaved farmers on the coffee prices, on the cherry fund. The time to act is now. And Honorable Speaker, this business will go on until conclusion of that business, because the House Business Committee did direct yesterday that we cannot continue with this bill being on the order paper every other week. It has to come to an end today. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, allow me to move and request all those members, those from Kiambu County where I come from, all of them, including the member for Kikuyu, who has not a single coffee bush. But my neighbor, Honorable KJ, had about 100 coffee bushes around Mohori area. But nowadays, I see he has planted houses more than coffee. But it will be important that all of us are there, Honorable Speaker, so that we conclude this debate this evening. And I would like to ask the chair of the committee to continue the good work he was doing, and therefore beg to move. It's a procedural motion, nothing much to say, and request the deputy whip of the minority, the Honorable Mwenje, the member for Embakasi West, where there's not a single coffee bush, but he was here last week. Honorable Speaker, it was so embarrassing on Thursday when we closed business. Besides the chair of the Agriculture Committee, and I think Honorable Pukose, is only the leadership that were here, about 8 people. On Thursday, the member for Githunguri was also not here. And she's among the people who are very good in shouting at funerals about coffee. She was not here on Thursday. So make sure the member for Githunguri, this afternoon you are here, this evening up to midnight. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I request Honorable Mwenje to second.
It cannot go unanswered.
I thought it wasn't done. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to mention that although I represent a constituency where coffee is not grown, I'm also a coffee farmer in Kandara and Moranga. So my in-laws here who are busy mentioning it. And Honorable Speaker, it's important to mention that the biggest consumers of coffee is us in Nairobi. In fact, the KPCU plant is located just outside my constituency. Before it used to be in Embakasi, the larger constituency. So it's literally at the doorstep of actually my home in Molem. It's in, people call it Dandora, but it's actually Molem. So Honorable Speaker, I will be here and I second the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Order, Honorable Bissau, take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business listed as Order Number 13, Committee of the Whole House, in today's order paper, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. I'll now put the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business listed as Order Number 13, Committee of the Whole House, in today's order paper, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. It means you will sit on this particular bill until you finish or until midnight, whichever comes early. So be ready for it. And if you want to know the importance of this legislation, go back to the law books of the 50s, when Mbiu Koinange was prosecuted by colonialists for attempting to grow coffee because it was an exclusive crop for colonial oppressors and settlers. So we are opening up for your people to grow coffee. And if you also want to know, a country called Vietnam imported Ruiri 11 coffee from Kenya 20 years ago after being devastated by a harrowing war. Today, Vietnam is the second largest grower of Ruiri coffee and any coffee in the world after Brazil, and are making billions of dollars. They got that from Kenya. So unlock the potential for our country. Next order. Yes, Donya. What is it on the same issue?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about coffee. I did a statement on tea bonuses, that is 2 months ago. I somehow pumped into the answers that the ministry had given to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture to give us an answer. If we are promoting coffee, we are promoting tea, Mr. Speaker. We have to be authentic on what we are giving so that we see as members we are promoting the cash crops. But we are talking of coffee. The answers they have given on tea bonuses are fake, are opaque, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Donya. The reason that we are not talking about coffee is not to the exclusion of any other crop. You just passed here a bill on sugar. We passed a bill last Parliament on tea. And I saw your statement request. So if it is not adequately catered for, I'll direct Dr. Mutunga to respond to you tomorrow afternoon. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Debate on the President's address, day 4.
Honorable members, before I call the next, allow me to acknowledge the following in the Speaker's gallery. 5 residents of Loyangalani sub-county in Laisamis constituency in the Speaker's gallery. John Pope, Mr. Dea Lentipan, Mr. Chechekuna Bonke, Mr. Marcelino Amatalem, Miss Evana Esekon, HSC, Head of State Commendation. You are welcome to the House of Parliament. On behalf of all of you and myself, on behalf of Honorable Lekuton, on behalf of Honorable Raso, who had requested me to welcome you, I welcome you, and I'll not give them a chance because we don't have the time. So Raso and Lekuton have spoken for you, and your constituents have heard me. Now, honorable members, like I said, the mover will be called upon to reply at 4. Can I see how many members have not spoken and wish to speak? Because the screen has very few members. We have few. Okay, we'll start with, was there anybody on the floor? Honorable Gashagwa, you had a balance of 3 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we broke for lunch, Mr. Speaker, I was contributing to this motion and to the address of the nation by the President, and I was almost concluding. Mr. Speaker, I am... Hello, Mr. Speaker, I wish to put across that the President did a great speech by addressing virtually all concerns by Kenyans. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to address the issue of this Adani issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as much as Adani issue was addressed and they were stopped doing business in Kenya, this should not condemn the issue of PPPs. Mr. Speaker, the issue of PPPs is the one that will unlock the deteriorating aspect of infrastructure in this country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that once we encourage the PPP engagement, that's when that our infrastructure will be improved. I have a dam in my area called Pesi. I believe, Mr. Speaker, with its amount, the required budget for that dam is almost 30 billion, 20 to 30 billion. Without PPP arrangement, it will be a tall order for the government to execute it. So as much as one entity was regarded unfit to work in this country, let us encourage this issue of PPPs. Mr. Speaker, I outlaid the indicators that this country is on the right path because of the good address to inflation and the dollar. But I wish, Mr. Speaker, that the way the government is saying that we have improved economically, I wish this aspect will add to the improvement of putting money in the pockets of Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Timothy Toroitich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving an opportunity to contribute on the President's State of the Nation address. Honorable Speaker, I have read the letter, the spirit and the intent of the address. Honorable Speaker, I wish to acknowledge that from the beginning, and in particular paragraph 6 of this address, the President said the following, that to my understanding, the concerns and issues voiced by Kenyans, voiced by millions of Kenyans about the state of our nation deserve meaningful engagement through understanding and thoughtful response. Honorable Speaker, from the beginning and from the preamble of the speech, it was very clear that the President has noted that there are challenges that Kenyans face in this country. Honorable Speaker, it is good that the President has acknowledged that there are certain challenges, and the purpose of this speech was for the President to assure and to reassure the nation that we are on the right trajectory. Honorable Speaker, the President touched on many things, on the issue of agriculture, affordable housing, and corruption. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of corruption, this House has an obligation to assist this President, to assist our President fight impunity and corruption. Honorable Speaker, as a House, we have an obligation. And the only way to fight corruption and impunity in this country is through a strong parliamentary oversight. Honorable Speaker, as a House, if we do not fight and if we don't stand firm and fight impunity and corruption in this country, then we shall be doing a disservice to Kenyans and the President in this country. Honorable Speaker, if you look clearly at the words of the President, these are carefully chosen words by the President. If you look at page 17, of this speech, Honorable Speaker, the President says this, that our national democratic culture expresses itself energetically through robust discourse, boldly speaking truth to power. Honorable Speaker, those are the words of the President. He said very clearly that this House and Kenyans must speak truth to power. Honorable Speaker, outside there is a perception by the members of the public that this House has become a rubber stamp of the executive, that this House has become a praise and worship of the executive. Honorable Speaker, that is the perception of Kenyans out there. And to redeem the image of this House, Honorable Speaker, we must not be a praise and worship as envisaged by the members of the public. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the question of loyalty and the question of speaking the truth, Honorable Speaker, we should speak the truth at any moment, at any point as a House. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of Adani, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the President for cancelling the Adani engagement. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the speech of the President, if you read carefully, under page 23, the President says this, that in the face of undisputed evidence of credible information on corruption.
Yes, KJ. Order, Timothy. KJ.
Mr. Speaker, it is not my intention to disrupt my very good friend, the Honorable Troy Teach.
Go ahead, you have already disrupted him.
My question, Mr. Speaker, is whether the member is in order to say that the public envisions for this parliament to be a praise and worship choir. And I'm sure he did not mean that the public envisions this place to be such. And I hope that maybe it is his English that is failing him, because I know he's a lawyer. There is no way he would imagine that the public envisages this parliament to be a praise and worship choir for the executive, Mr. Speaker.
Timothy, is that what you said?
Honorable Speaker, if you listen carefully, I said outside there is a perception by the members of the public that this House is a rubber stamp of the executive. Honorable Speaker, that is a perception that is there in the public. Honorable Speaker, I therefore will not withdraw my words, and I have said that the only way to fight corruption and impunity in this country is through a strong parliamentary oversight. Honorable Speaker, if we lapse, and the only way we can assist our President to fight impunity and corruption is by oversighting the executive. Honorable Speaker, as a senior counsel, Montesquieu, when he talked about separation of powers in this country, he envisaged that there should be a legislature, an executive, and a judiciary. Honorable Speaker, we should play our oversight role without fear or any kind of intimidation, so that we live up to the ideals of our role as members of Parliament in this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
David Bowen.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, the speech or the message the President read, Mr. Speaker, gave a message of hope to many Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out some few issues which His Excellency the President talked about. Number one, Mr. Speaker, the issue of affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at, in the next 20 or 30 years, over 70 or 60% of Kenyans will be living in urban areas. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to be a country where majority of our people are living in slum areas. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, is very important, especially from the President's speech. Mr. Speaker, the President talked about the reforms which is currently happening in the health sector. The transformation of NHIF to SHA and SHIP, Mr. Speaker, is very important. Mr. Speaker, you can imagine, during the time of NHIF, all members of Parliament, all of us, all the employed Kenyans, together with ordinary Kenyans, who are paying like 500 shillings, all of us. If you are earning 1 million shillings, those of us who are earning 20,000, those of us who are earning 2,000, we are contributing almost the same, 500 shillings. But now, Mr. Speaker, with the new health system, through the SHA, Mr. Speaker, you will find that us who are earning more, we are able to carry other Kenyans who are earning low, so that they benefit also with the Taifa Care. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem also with our education funding model, which has been there for the last almost 40 or 50 years. The reform which the President actually announced, Mr. Speaker, with the new model, will see that members of Parliament who are here, they cannot be paying the same, their children cannot pay the same as those ordinary Kenyans. We are coming up with a model where the children from those families who are able, they are able to pay a bit more than those ones who are from the poor. Mr. Speaker, the message from the President, which I want to insist on the issue of corruption. Mr. Speaker, we need to deal with it. And we need to deal with it very firmly and seriously, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Adani, which the President cancelled during his speech here, it was very embarrassing that there was no a serious background check. And now we know that our airport requires expansion. We need also to increase our electricity connectivity. But Mr. Speaker, as we do so, we need to follow the processes. Let those who are involved to make sure that we don't get again ourselves into the embarrassing positions. So, Mr. Speaker, generally, I want to support the President's speech and say that, Mr. Speaker, as a House, also, we need to play our role and make sure that we check the executive properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anthony Wainaina.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity for me to put a word on on the voice of the President, what he said. Mr. Speaker, looking at the speech of the President, all the 80 talking points were quite live, varied, and due to this point. Therefore, it may not be possible to hardline all the 80 talking points that the President talked about. However, may I, with your permission, put a few points that I think they are very varied in my constituency and in our country, Kenya. The matter of CBC, this is one area where the government has called much more than our expectation, in that the book ratio is 1-to-1 to the student. Although at the lower classes, the books are starting to wear out and they need maybe urgent replacement. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of broad-based, unlike what we were told yesterday that the broad-based was formed and 4 professionals came. I really want to say that 4 Kenyans came, because Kenya is not short of any professionals. On fertilizer, this is an area that has really helped this country to maintain food security throughout the year. And in this case, I am told, and I have also seen it, that when I visited Busia some time ago, like 3 weeks ago, food was not crossing from Uganda to Kenya, but Kenyan food was crossing also to Uganda. This is as a result of subsidized fertilizer, and it has made food security in this country possible, and even possible for us to export outside our borders. On the matter of reasoning, that our president is a listening president, I would want to say that listening itself is an art in which it is not only learned in class, but it is a matter of character development. And I would want to say that our president listens until you exhaust what you really wanted to tell him. In this case, I want to encourage him to continue being such a wonderful listening president. We have much more to learn from him. On the matter of democratic space, this is a very wonderful area, and that is why we have investors not running away from Kenya, even when there is unnecessary noise in our country about this and that. But because we know it is democracy, and our visitors and our partners know we have a democracy, they have been able to tolerate and observe how we can do with our democratic space. However, on this matter, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that anybody, although we have a democratic space in our country, those who are exercising the same must also exercise it with a lot of caution and a lot of goodwill to other Kenyans. We can get to a point where we exercise democracy and at the same time we risk the security of our nation. On my last point, that's the job creation in and outside the country. Mr. Speaker, I would wish that this Parliament witnesses, ask to witness all those students, all those workers who have gotten opportunities outside Kenya. It would be such a good gesture if, like our members of Parliament, escort those going to the country, and in that case, it will be a witness to the whole nation and outside our country that it is happening and it has happened. Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to emphasize the need also for Adani. When we say about Adani, and this Parliament...
Your time is up. Elizabeth Kailemia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to be able to talk on this speech by our President. The President's statement reflects a multifaceted approach addressing corruption, gender-based violence, economic stability through inflation control, educational empowerment via teacher hiring and healthcare accessibility through SHA initiatives. The President has made commitment to address corruption, particularly targeting leaders involved in malpracticing or misappropriating public funds. The focus on corruption is critical as it undermines public trust and diverse resources meant for development. The President's stance indicates a willingness to confront powerful critics and hold them accountable, which is essential for restoring integrity in governance. About femicide, the alarming rise in femicide or the killing of women based on their gender has prompted the President to pledge decisive action against perpetrators. The reference to the 16 days of activism campaign highlights an international effort aimed at raising awareness about gender-based violence and advocating for women's rights. This initiative seeks to mobilize communities and governments to take concrete steps towards preventing violence against women and ensuring justice for victims. The President's commitment suggests an acknowledgement of the severity of this issue and a determination to implement policies that protect women. On inflation, in addressing inflation, the President claims that there has been a decrease in the prices of basic commodities since he took office. This assertion is significant to inflation directly impacting the cost of living and economic stability. A reduction in inflation can indicate effective economic management and policies that support consumer purchasing power. However, it is a crucial analysis to analyze economic data from credible sources to verify these claims, as inflation rates can be influenced by various factors, including supply chain dynamics, government policy changes, and global market trends. On education, I want to applaud the President on the ongoing commitment to hiring teachers, reflects on understanding of the importance of education in national development by emphasizing empowerment through education. The administration aims to enhance teaching quality and accessibility. This initiative could lead to improved education outcomes, which are vital for fostering an acknowledgeable workforce capable of contributing to economic growth. On on health insurance. The social health insurance (SHA) programs offers numerous benefits aimed at providing universal health coverage. By encouraging registration in SHA, individuals gain access to essential health services without facing financial hardship due to medical expenses. The emphasis on universal health care aligns with global health goals aimed at ensuring that all individuals have access to necessary health services without suffering financial difficulty.
Samuel Moroto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me time to air what I have. I want to sincerely thank the President, him as a person, because I've known him for a long time and we've worked with him. He's a guy who is out to see to it that human beings, especially those Kenyans are here, are benefiting and are improving in their lifestyle. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with those people who are supposed to assist him to reach those objectives that Kenyans are after, and are saying to see that they realize the good things from the President. For example, you've mentioned about the coffee in Trans Nzoia. But if you see what is happening now in Trans Nzoia, especially on the land issue, there is a lot of corruption cartels from the Ministry of Land themselves, selling out day and night. And I don't know where they're getting some title deeds given to people. Mr. Speaker, and yet there are officials, those people who are earning the taxes given by the Kenyans, and they're not seeing that. I think we need also to ask the President to deal with these people here. There are many other Kenyans who are sincere and wish to work and help Kenyans in Kenya. Like now, the way you are working, Mr. Speaker, and your team in this Parliament. There was a time when members of this Parliament, honorable members, were fighting, even from here. But from the time you and your team, you see now everything is just running smoothly. People can stay up to midnight without any problem because of leadership, not any other thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to wish that all the committees, especially the chairs and the leadership of this House, especially those who are closer to the President, let us be bold enough and tell the President he has to get rid of these people here and get the right people who can work. I don't say that all the CSS, all the PSS are weak. There are those who are really working hard, like the team of security. You see now even some of us in the North Rift. There's peace. People work day and night without problems because of those people who are there. Because they go to the people and people assist them. That here is a problem, that corner has a problem, this other place is good, and things move. So the President has to see to it that those who are with him, because he's just talking, like now what we are reading, when the speech I've read from the first page to the last, it's really smart, but the fruits that will come from there, nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the State of the Nation Address speech by the President, which is a constitutional requirement for him to come back to come and address the nation on issues that affect this country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say the President for sure addressed many issues of concern to this country and to the people of this country. And many of those issues were based on hope. The fact that we have been having a very difficult time during the last 2 years of his governance and leadership, Mr. Speaker, the President, in addressing the nation, addressed very fundamental issues of concern to our people and our country. And one of the issues that he's raised was the issue of the improvement of our economy, the cost of living, and we witness as a country that there is improvement on the issue of our economy. The fact that the prices of fuel and dollar have come down, the issue of the cost of living in terms of food production, the prices of food and commodities coming down. All indicators, economic indicators, show that this country is heading towards the right direction. And this is as a result of the policies and the foundation the President has laid since he took over office. We all know as leaders and as people of this country that this country was doing very badly when this President took office. And now all indicators are that the country is taking a very good direction. And hopefully by the end of this term of 5 years, we'll have this direction we have taken will go that way, that direction we have taken. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of affordable housing, SHA and SHIF, we all know for the last 20 years, the previous 2 presidents have tried taking this issue head on. It was all in manifestos for the last 20 years for every president who was contesting that they will be implementing affordable housing programs. They will be changing to universal health care program. And they were unable to take on that. They were unable to take a strong position and decision on this. I want to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, for taking it head on and showing leadership and being a very strong leader in taking a strong position on these 2 issues. We all know that there was a lot of fight against the implementation of these 2 programs, affordable housing and universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, for the first time we have about 1,100 housing units in my constituency since independence that have been undertaken by the national government. So it has taken off. SHA and SHIF has also taken off. As we report today, there are more than 70,000 people from Garissa County who are registered as members of SHIF and SHA. Mr. Speaker, 7 million more Kenyans have joined this program and we are getting good testimonies from them that the program is working. Had he gone back on to that decision he had made of implementing this program, then this thing will not have taken off. And I hope that this country will not let down the President and the people of Kenya, the very poor people who are benefiting from these 2 programs. Mr. Speaker, there is another issue that President talked about, and that is the issue of corruption in this country. Corruption in this country, Mr. Speaker, is a national threat, a security threat for us. And unless we address it as people of this country, it cannot be handled by the President or the Executive or this Parliament. It's a national cancer that we are all aware of, and we must all play our part in ensuring that we fight this thing. The other issue is the issue of judicial extrajudicial killing, abduction, which is a very big problem for us, those of us who are from the northern part of this country. Mr. Speaker, this issue of extrajudicial killing and abduction is very rampant in our region, and I hope the security agencies of this country have heard the position the President has taken on this issue, and there shall be no more abductions and killing of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ivo Bara. Ivo Bara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Apologies. I was engaged with my sister here on another matter, but nevertheless, I also want to stand and add my voice to the presidential speech that was on last week, the 21st. Mr. Speaker, let me not repeat what many people have said, but what stuck out for me mainly was the cancellation of the Adani contracts for the airport and the Ketraco. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that has been going on for a long time, and the displeasure of the Kenyans about this contract. I am happy that he was able to listen to the ground and go back to the drawing board so that at the end of the day, we carry out projects that are in the interest of the people and that the people also have confidence in. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I was happy that he was able to raise the issue of the 2/3 gender rule. Mr. Speaker, this has been going on from the time we got the new constitution, which is no longer new, and I hope that this time he will be the one to deliver this come the next parliament. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should be deliberate to come out with strategies that are going to make us realize this if all the parties get together and agree on a formula. And I know that we have discussed several formulas with the women leaders in this house and outside this house. And once we put our heads together again on how we will deliver this come 2027, Mr. Speaker, this will be something that our president will be remembered for. Mr. Speaker, I was happy that he was also able to address the issue of gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, it has become alarming in this country. What has been going on, particularly women, young girls and women being killed out of relationships of people who are supposed to take care of them. Mr. Speaker, as much as we were saying that the men or the boys should be mentored to know how to manage their emotions and how they can take care under those situations, it is also a lesson to our women, Mr. Speaker, to our girls, Mr. Speaker. Shortcuts in life are not there. That all of us must strive to work hard ourselves and avoid situations where we put ourselves in a position what we have seen in the last few years. Mr. Speaker, on matters of corruption, Mr. Speaker, this is a tired story. Mr. Speaker, we must be deliberate as Kenyans and as leaders to lead from the front. And as we always say, action speaks louder than words. We can say it 1,000 times, but if there is no resultant or related action against the corruption, it will continue. Our country has been bleeding, Mr. Speaker, from corruption. And mainly it comes from the procurement. And even as he directed that e-procurement must be enforced by first quarter of 2025, Mr. Speaker, I hope that in the performance contracts that were signed last week by the ministries and state corporation, that this is one of the targets that each agency must achieve by the first quarter of 2025. Mr. Speaker, in order not to repeat what has already been said by my colleagues, once again, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and we thank the President for coming out boldly on some of the issues that have been affecting Kenyans. And my desire is that at least we should see that they are all realized. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mutunga, you had not spoken on this? Why are you on the screen? Nabwin. Ekwom Nabwin. Member for Turkana North. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
For giving me this chance to talk to the speech, the presidential address. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the things that came out is the President has committed to listening, to be a listening President. Meaning, Kenyans, once they speak, whether positive or negatively, they will expect their president to listen to them. and respond to their issues. So this is positive from the President, and we really appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, by choosing to unite the country, the President has taken a very positive direction, because there is time when part of this country was feeling that they were left behind and they were not being given a chance in terms of development. So uniting the country in the broad-based government is a positive. Mr. Speaker, the President was able to identify and put forward a number of successes that the government have been able to implement. But Mr. Speaker, we are looking at a number of other things that some of our communities are looking forward to from the government, from the executive. The pastoralist community want to utilize their mainstay and make it more economic than traditional. If we look at, from the President's speech, we will see how coffee sector, dairy sector, sugar sector has been supported. We are looking forward in the next financial year that the livestock sector, and especially these areas that are far from Nairobi, the executive should be able to set up similar factories, meat factories, like the KMCs. If we can have a number of sub-KMCs, like in Turkana, where it is said we have the largest number of, say, cows, largest number of shots. What happens this time, Mr. Speaker, is we're transporting our livestock all the way from Turkana, many miles away from Turkana to Nairobi. If in the next years that are coming, maybe the next presidential speech or address, you'll be able to give a positive or something that has been done those sides of the country. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that has come out from the address is one of the things that we feel we needs to be done in this country is the corruption. Corruption is still taking a toll on a number of on many sectors of this country. It seems, and this is a feeling of most Kenyans, the institution that is meant to fight corruption is facilitating corruption, because no action is being seen to be taken by this institution. Kenyans have eyes to see corruption activities or actions that are being undertaken, especially by governments or counties, but nothing is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, we're looking up to this institution for action. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention something about the way we are.
Your time is up, Makwiny. Pauline Languris. Order, Pauline, I give you just 1 minute. I said we stop at 4. The majority leader is about to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on the presidential speech on the state of address of the nation. Mr. Speaker, the speech of the president really tackled on many issues that were raised by Kenyans, especially on the issues that were affecting Kenyans. And this was a very positive speech, because the president mentioned most of the issues that is going to address and settle the problems that are facing our people. One of the most important things that struck me most was the social health insurance scheme. We know that the transition to NHIF, from NHIF to SHA, is one of the most important schemes to our people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we know that the scheme is going to cover the people who are employed and those who are not also employed. So our transition from NHIF to SHA will ensure that most of our people will get health care services when they require. Mr. Speaker, I want just to mention to the House that this week, I was one of the beneficiaries from the SHA, which was mentioned with a lot of negativity by most of the Kenyans. That I was a beneficiary this week when I had a patient suffering from cancer and was covered entirely for chemotherapy by the SHA insurance scheme. So I want to encourage Kenyans to enroll themselves and benefit from this kind of scheme which has been facilitated by the Kenyan government. Another important issue that the President mentioned in his speech was the education. We are all impressed by the employment of 46,000 teachers, which will settle the issue of our schools, which is currently facing shortage of teachers, especially the CBC program.
Your time is up, Pauline. Roku, what is it? Yes, Roku. You want to contribute? Time out. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by thanking all the members who have contributed to this debate since yesterday morning when it began on the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President, and more so even those who were very resilient up to 9 p.m. last evening, and many others who came very early today morning to be able to contribute. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much in response because members basically have reiterated what His Excellency the President said in his address to the nation. And as we said, and as many members have said in their contributions, the state of the nation, as the President said, is resilient. And that resilience has been exhibited by the emerging growth of our nation's economy, right from a time, Honorable Speaker, when the dollar was trading at 162 shillings. Honorable Speaker, I did hear the Deputy Leader of Minority yesterday asking whether there is indeed an appreciation of the shilling. And I know Robert Mbui is not an economic student. He may not understand many of these things. But when the shilling appreciates from 162 to 129, that is something you cannot deny, Honorable Speaker. And I heard him say that at the time this administration took over the reins of leadership, the dollar was trading at 125. Fact. But it was trading at a rate of 125 in the backdrop of very major economic setbacks. With a devastating drought, you remember at the time, Honorable Speaker, there was no fuel in the country. Kenyans may have forgotten that they had to queue with jerry cans to be able to get fuel. But when the G2G procurement process of fuel came into being, Honorable Speaker, this administration was able to stabilize not just the pricing of fuel and the price of our foreign exchange reserves, our foreign exchange rates, but also to ensure there is availability of fuel. Without naming names, Honorable Speaker, because they are friendly countries, many of our neighbors today, people are still queuing to get fuel. They do not have fuel. But in our country, we have fuel, and fuel whose prices have been coming down almost every other month for the last few months, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the state of the economy, when it said it's resilient in terms of food security, that again speaks for itself. As I said, Honorable Speaker, in moving, and as the President did enumerate in his address to the nation, we were buying unga at the price of almost 262 shillings in September.
280.
280 for some brands. Actually, there's a brand that was retailing at 287.
Yes.
Today, the same brands are at an average of 120, 110, and I've even seen some brands going for as low as 90 shillings. And if indeed the demonstrations that the Honorable Robert Mbui, my good friend, was involved in then, during the unga and sufuria movement, were about the price of unga, then my good friend Robert Mbui cannot claim that there have not been positive changes. But that is not to mean, Honorable Speaker, that we don't have room for improvement. We still have got a long walk to walk. And all we call upon is focus, and I'm glad that the President and his administration are focused in walking that long journey to bring back our economy to where it ought to be. And I am very confident, Honorable Speaker, that we shall be able to work together. As I said, for us in the legislature, ours is to support the administration that is in power today with legislative interventions that will help them realize and anchor economic policies through legislation that will help them realize the aspirations of the Kenyan people and all the promises that we all made to the Kenyan people. And it does not matter whether you are in the minority or the majority, whether you support William Ruto as a president or not. If you love your country, if you are patriotic enough, Honorable Speaker, you must stand out to be counted in support of those policies that will anchor good legislation that will help us to achieve what we all promised the people of Kenya. And I say that, Honorable Speaker, because aware that we are all from different political parties. There are those that support this administration, there are those that do not. In the minority, like I did hear the Honorable Mbui speak about these issues yesterday. But whether you support this administration or not, Honorable Speaker, you represent people of Kenya. And the people you represent, you made certain promises and pledges to them. And they elected you on the basis of those things that you promised them. Honorable Speaker, I am glad that the President remains focused. Even with all the negativity that has been there, I am glad President William Ruto has shut his eyes and ears to the negativity. And as much as he told us that one of our core responsibilities as leaders is to listen, you listen, but do not get distracted, remain focused on what you want to achieve for the greater good of the people of Kenya and our nation. Honorable Speaker, even for us as legislators, let us remain focused. We were elected because the people in our constituencies believed and they knew that you know better, among us the many other people you competed with. Your time to show the people of Kenya that you know better and they never made a mistake in electing you in your constituency is by making sure you offer leadership. Offering leadership does not always mean you doing what is popular. What is popular, Honorable Speaker, I've said before, may not necessarily be right. When we tend to act out of political expediency and play into the gallery, we may be doing all the wrong things. But when you do what is right, time will vindicate you. And I am confident, Honorable Speaker, time will vindicate this administration, the Kenya Kwanza administration. Time will vindicate the President. That those who talk about Ruto and lies will know there is nothing about lies with President William Ruto. That when he said in Swahili, tutawainua wale walioko mavumbini, wakule meza moja na wafalme, that indeed today, Honorable Speaker, I have listened to Honorable Lenguris saying that she has been a beneficiary of the Taifa Care under the Social Health Insurance Fund. I have seen men and women who are boda riders, mamambogas, also testify and post online how they have benefited, like the Honorable Pauline Lenguris from Taifa Care. If we have a program for medical care, universal health coverage, that is taking care of Honorable Pauline Lenguris, a member of Parliament, the same way it takes care of mamamboga and the boda person, then there cannot be lies about that, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, let me conclude by saying, Honorable Speaker, since I see now we are good. I was taking some time, Honorable Speaker, for the obvious. And I see now we are good. Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by saying, as the President said, as leaders, let us continue listening to our people. Let us reaffirm the resilience of our nation and remain focused to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that we succeed. Because I, as the President said, Honorable Speaker, and I know this has rubbed some people the wrong way. Honorable Speaker, on a light note, when the President said here that failure is not an option, I was elated, Honorable Speaker, and I tweeted and posted and reposted it. And I saw many people online bashing me, asking, how many times are you going to post? And Honorable Speaker, I would repost it again to rub them the wrong way, because I believe truly that failure is not an option, and nobody should ever pray that this nation fails. If we are speaking to our national values, part of those national values is patriotism. And we have been told before that patriotism, or rather praying or hoping that your president or your nation fails, is the height of being unpatriotic. Let us be patriotic Kenyans in line with our national values, and all in one accord say that failure is not an option, and failure cannot and will never be an option for this administration. With that, I beg to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, will now put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 24.6, the thanks of this House be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of His Excellency the President delivered in Parliament on Thursday, 21st November 2024, and further that this House notes the following reports submitted by His Excellency the President in fulfillment of the provisions of Article 132(1)(c) and 247 of the Constitution laid on the table of the House on Monday, 25th November 2024. 1. The 11th Annual Report on the measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of national values and principles of governance. 2. The 11th Annual Report on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic of Kenya. And 3. The Annual Report to Parliament on the state of national security. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, special motion. Appointment of a member of Parliament to the Parliamentary Service Commission.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Article 127(2)(c)(i) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Senator Wahome Wamatinga, MP, to the Parliamentary Service Commission to fill the vacancy occasioned by the resignation of Senator John Derito Kinyua, MP. Honorable Speaker, this is a very simple motion. It's for approval of a commission of the Parliamentary Service Commission following the resignation of Senator Kinyua, the Senator for Laikipia, and the eventual appointment and election in the Senate, because Senator Kinyua was a representative of the Senate in the Parliamentary Service Commission, which, Honorable Speaker, you chair. And this House last week, the other House in Senate, did approve the appointment of Senator Wahome Wamatinga. Senator Wahome Wamatinga is a senator for Nyeri County and a very focused gentleman, a very good legislator, serving his first term in the House. And Honorable Speaker, I would no doubt believe, and I want to believe, Honorable Speaker, that Senator Wamatinga will serve very well in the Parliamentary Service Commission. And since Senator Wamatinga comes from a county that is not so far away from Parliament, Honorable Speaker, the county of Nyeri, and I know there are members of Parliament from Nyeri in the House, and those from Nairobi, the ones I see here, and the environs. And Honorable Speaker, you know, we must tell him he must not be in the commission to represent sectarian interests. But the commission that what benefits one member benefits the other. What hurts one member should hurt everybody. Because we are all elected members of parliament and we represent people equally, Honorable Speaker, in this house. And it is not fair that some members have certain benefits that others do not have. And Honorable Speaker, as the chair of the commission, you have a huge responsibility to ensure that there is some equity. And I know within the budgets of the Parliamentary Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, it is possible to strike a good balance. And I do hope that Senator Wamatinga will bring in his expertise. I know he has been a very good engineer, and he can actually re-engineer whatever goes on in the Parliamentary Service Commission to ensure that there is that equity, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, Senator Wamatinga is an elderly man. He's much younger than the senator for Laikipia who was there, and I therefore believe that you bring in much more wisdom to the commission. And with you there, Honorable Speaker, you now have two elders. And therefore, I want to believe that you will conduct the affairs of the commission in a very good way, balanced, fair, creating equity, and ensuring that these members in this House and even those in the Senate remain dignified, but also we must also carry ourselves with dignity if we are to be dignified by the public out there. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me to request the Honorable Member for Mombasa County, the Honorable Zamzam, to second this motion in agreement on behalf of the Leader of Minority who is away. And I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, and request Honorable Zamzam to second.
Mama Zamzam, unatoka harusi nini?
Natoka kutoa mahari mahali, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana kiongozi wa wengi, na mimi niweze kuunga mkono uteuzi wa Commissioner Matangi na niweze kumwambia kuwa Wamatinga wajua majina nayo pia haya. Commissioner Wamatinga niweze kumpongeza kwa kuweza kuteuliwa kama commissioner, na kitu ambacho mimi nataka kumuelezea ni kuwa shike wabunge wamekuja hapa na tunajua masuala ya wabunge yanaangaliwa na hawa makamishna. Wahakikisha wanafanya usawa. Kuna wabunge hapa ulia wakatatizika, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini sasa kitu tunasema mkipewa nafasi hizi na nyinyi kumbukeni wenzenu. Manake pia sisi wapigia upatu ili muweze kupata hizi nafasi, muweze kuhudumu katika hili bunge na kuangalia masuala ya wabunge bila upendelevu. Ila mimi nataka nimuombee Mungu Mheshimiwa Spika, nimwambie ashike kasi na niweze hasa sana tena narudia sana kumshukuru rais wetu Mheshimiwa Dr. William Samoei Ruto kwa ile ambayo alituelezea hapa vile anavyoendeleza uchumi. Kwa hiyo na wao wasimwangushe, washike kasi, waangalie bunge, waangalie wabunge na masuala ya wabunge waangaliwe vizuri. Manake wabunge wengi wanalalamika. Na nikisema hivi mimi nazungumza sauti ya wabunge. Makamishna wasio wanajiangalia wao peke yao. Kuna wengine wanafanya kazi nzuri tunawapongeza, lakini wengine wanajiangalia nafsi zao, waweze kuangalia wabunge, waangalie nafsi za wabunge pia. Sisi tumekuja hapa pia Mheshimiwa Spika, tuna mambo yetu mengi ambayo tunataka tuangaliwe. Lakini yote pia nakushukuru Mheshimiwa Spika, umekuwa spika ambaye umetushika mkono na hawa wabunge wanaweza kusema umetushika mkono, tukija kwako umekuwa kama baba. Tunakuombea Mungu azidi kukubariki na hicho kitini chako uzidi kubarikiwa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante Mama Zamzam. Order, honorable members. Order Nabwin. Take the seat. I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 127 2C1 of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Senator Wahome Wamatinga, MP, to the Parliamentary Service Commission to fill the vacancy occasioned by the resignation of Senator John Nderitu Kinyua, MP. Do you really want to debate this? Do I put the question? You have more serious business than this. Can we put the question? Yes. That is the mood of the House. I order. Order, honorable members, you have quorum to vote. I now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 127(2)(c)(1) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Senator Wahome Wamatinga, MP, to the Parliamentary Service Commission to fill the vacancy occasioned by the resignation of Senator John Nderitu Kinyua, MP. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2024, second reading.
Majority, is that for Majority Leader? Resumption of debate. Who was on the floor? There was nobody on the floor. Ngusia. Johanna Ngeno. No. There being no interest in debating, I call the mover to reply. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, if the members led by the member for Aldai, the Honorable Meli, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, if you could please kindly take your seats for 2 minutes. 2 minutes only, for obvious reasons. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply, and this bill, Honorable Speaker, was almost about 4 clauses bill. Honorable Speaker, I had indicated, and or rather the move of the bill on my behalf, the Honorable and Bayer, the Deputy Leader of Minority, had indicated that I had written to your office seeking to get a withdrawal of clause 3 on that bill. Honorable Speaker, for the simple reason that clause 3 sought to give the Commissioner General powers to appoint his own deputies. Honorable Speaker, only a year ago this House enacted legislation that sought to create proper corporate governance within the Kenya Revenue Authority to ensure that Deputy Commissioner Generals are appointed, interviewed and appointed in line with the tenets of corporate governance by the Board of Directors of the Kenya Revenue Authority, as indeed happens in all other corporates. Or even in institutions like this, Honorable Speaker, you are elected as Speaker, and the members who are the Board of Election also elect the Deputy Speaker. And it is in line with that we sought to drop clause 3, and therefore we will be doing that, Honorable Speaker, since the communication has not come from your office. In the Committee of the Whole, we will be moving to drop clause 3. And as soon as the Honorable Soro does the needful, Honorable Speaker, during the Committee of the Whole, we will be able to drop that particular clause to ensure that there is proper corporate governance in all our public institutions, including our parastatals, Honorable Speaker. It will not be fair, for instance, if the MD of Kenya Power and Lighting Company became the one to appoint his own deputy. Let us leave it to the Board of Directors to interview people so that also you get to give people jobs based on merit. And if Honorable Speaker, there is a weakness in one office, then it doesn't go down to other offices. And the board being the oversight institution over any corporate body, like a parastatal or any state corporation, then it will be easier to ensure that that corporate governance is enhanced. Honorable Speaker, the many members who contributed to the bill did allude to the need to have a specialized school on revenue mobilization in the country, and that is what KESRA, or the Kenya School of Revenue, is doing, that is owned by KRA. And those of us, Honorable Speaker, that have had the privilege to go to business schools in this country, and indeed in the wider East African region, KESRA has been training revenue officers not just for our country, but also for other countries in the region. And members are aware that all the public and private universities in our country that are offering degree courses do not have specialized degree courses in revenue administration. And therefore, it's important that we allow KESRA, or the Kenya School for Revenue Administration, to be able to, Honorable Speaker, to be able to administer in collaboration with public universities. For instance, KESRA can now, in collaboration with the University of Nairobi, the School of Business, or with Strathmore University, the School of Accounting or School of Business, collaborate and offer degrees, specialized degrees in revenue administration. So that, Honorable Speaker, as we progress and as we move on, we do not have revenue officers, KRA officers who belong to the old school of thought, where you walk into business premises to harass people. The mobilization of revenue in the country must be done in a way that it is respectful to the taxpayers, in a manner that it does not discourage people from investing in business in this country, and in a manner also, Honorable Speaker, that encourages taxpayers to pay revenue or pay their taxes. Therefore, it's important that we empower the Kenya School of Revenue Administration, or KESRA, to be able to train our young people and our young men and women to be able to offer these services in a very good way. Honorable Speaker, I have nothing much to add, because this bill, Honorable Speaker, was a very short bill. I was trying to buy time, Honorable Speaker, in reply for other reasons, which I think I'm being encouraged to mention one other thing that I did not mention, Honorable Speaker. Because we know we have already begun the budget making process. And members of the public and ourselves are aware that by October we start beginning, and we begin by collecting views from members of the public and even doing public participation from the National Treasury side before we eventually get the annual estimates by end of April next year. And I want to encourage all of us to participate in these processes. Many of us wait until the last meeting when the annual estimate books are tabled on the floor to start perusing them and asking, was the road in my constituency, was a water pan in my constituency factored in? This is the time to start engaging with the ministries and departments to ensure that the things you want captured in next year's budget for you is indeed captured. And Honorable Speaker, is factored in next year's budget, so that we make it easy even for KRA, even as we pass this bill for them, when they are training our revenue officers to be able to collect revenue with ease. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply and thank all the members who contributed.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 11, which is that the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2024, be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
a bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Kenya Revenue Authority Act.
Next. Carol Omonde, I see you on intervention. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of mediated version of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024.
Member for Molo. As we hold for member for Molo Clark, the women rep for West Pokot had a statement at order number 7, order. At order number 7, the women rep for West Pokot, Honorable Kisawai, came late. I had directed to drop the question, but when she explained, the reasons were legitimate as to why she was late. So I'll give her an opportunity back at order number 7 to request for her statement. Tongoyo, the statement is directed at you. Kisawai. Kasiwai. I have a village in Bungoma called Kisawai. Sorry, Mami, your name is Kasiwai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. It's Kasiwai.
Kasiwai.
Right. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the security situation in Chesagon area located on the border between Elgeyo Marakwet and West Pokot counties. Honorable Speaker, the Chesagon area has for long experienced periods of insecurity with recurring incidences of violence and banditry attacks. The recent conflicts along the Pokot-Marakwet border have particularly devastated the Jeptulel area, resulting in the closure and desertion of essential facilities, including schools and hospitals. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, the residents of the Chesagon area have been forced to vacate their homes due to persistent security concerns that have plagued the region. The current situation has led to abandonment of homes, which continue to deteriorate and severely impacting the lives and livelihoods of the thousands of residents in that area. While the government has commendably undertaken renovation of local schools in the area, these facilities remain unutilized as families have relocated due to the prevailing insecurity. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1. A report on the government's awareness of the displacement of residents in the Chesagon area, including assessment of the number of displaced households and individuals from the region and their current location. 2. I want to know the plans the government has, if any, to provide building materials and support to displaced residents to facilitate the reconstruction of their homes and strengthen community resilience. 3, I want to know what the long-term strategy to address and permanently resolve the persistent insecurity issues and cross-border conflicts in the region. And lastly, I want to know if the government, I want to know the status of the establishment of the army camp in Sokoto area in the region, which was intended to help reduce insecurity in the region. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Tongoyo. When can you bring a response?
Honorable Speaker, I'll try to bring it on Thursday afternoon.
Thursday afternoon,
Yes.
so be it.
But I want to mention one thing, Honorable Speaker, kindly. Of course, I think one of the questions is to try to look long term, and we had an extensive visit of the region as a committee some time back. Actually,
say
the
that
report
on
has been tabled.
Thursday.
Okay.
Say that on Thursday. Next order, the order had been called out, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, and to the distinguished member for Kiharu and all chairmen of committees and members who have business on the order paper. Once you are on the order paper, you are not entitled to think that you will be reached at a time you desire. You can be reached any time, so I advise Majority Leader to ensure that every member with business must be in the chamber, because business can collapse, business can fail for whatever reason, and we move to the next order. So when we call the order, you can see Ndindi have gone back to order number 7 just to accommodate you to come over to move your bill. Go ahead and do so now. It has already been called out. Order number 12. Motion. Ndindi, go ahead. Give Honorable Ndindi the mic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move that pursuant to provisions of Article 1132 of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, that this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 25th November 2024, and approves the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, I first of all wish to thank all the members of the Mediation Committee, the members who spent long hours in trying to mediate this matter between the National Assembly and the Senate. Honorable Speaker, also, I wish to thank the members of the Senate who attended the mediation sessions led by the chair or the co-chair, Honorable Ali Romba. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, when we met in the mediation, we agreed that we are all members of Parliament, that is the National Assembly and Senate, and that there was no tussle between our standpoints. It was just a matter of exchanging ideas so that we come up with the optimal level in terms of the Division of Revenue Bill. And Honorable Speaker, as has been misconstrued before, mediation, we don't meet because we are putting on different sides. We meet because we are looking for the best option for the country. And that is why even when the mediation sessions were very heated, Honorable Speaker, we were able to conduct all the sessions with a lot of decorum, and of course based on the fact that we were looking for the best figure for our counties, but also that what the country would afford, Honorable Speaker. The genesis of this process, Honorable Speaker, is that we came to this House in the around mid of this year. We passed what we call the budget. What we usually call the budget is the appropriations bill, Honorable Speaker. And after that, Honorable Speaker, is that we went ahead and we had already passed the Division of Revenue Bill. Honorable Speaker, there needs to be alignments between the appropriations bill, the Division of Revenue Bill, Honorable Speaker, and also KRA. And Honorable Speaker, then the predicament in the mediation committee this time was that this was a time unprecedented. There has never been a situation where we are meeting to revise the division of revenue bill downwards. All the time, if there has been any variation, has been enhancement. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the first question that we had to scratch our heads to get the answer is the process that to which we need to arrive at this, at the figure we ended up arriving at, Honorable Speaker. And I say so because, Honorable Speaker, when we amend the division of revenue bill, that has to also go in tandem with KRA. Honorable Speaker, as it has now, KRA already has a memoranda from the President. And therefore we need to pronounce ourselves on that. And it needs two-thirds majority in both houses. That is the National Assembly, but also, Honorable Speaker, the Senate. And we, first of all, had to find a pathway that even before we talk about the content, we needed to be sure that the pathway after the conclusion of the mediation committee will be anchored in law and will be anchored in the documents that you've already passed. To cut the long story short is that, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the pathway, the mediation report that we are passing today, Honorable Speaker, has a figure of 387 billion Kenya shillings. Last financial year, Honorable Speaker, the shareable revenue to our counties was around 385 billion Kenya shillings. But, Honorable Speaker, the version that we amended in this house after what happened in the country in July is that we actually passed here 380 billion Kenya shillings. But in the budget now, it appears like the counties are getting 410 billion Kenya shillings. In the previous one that we passed, Honorable Speaker. But this is so because there were carryovers of 30 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, and therefore the shareable revenue of 380 plus the 30 carryovers, that is what now reflects in the current budget of Kenya shillings, 410 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this so that members can also appreciate also the figure that we have and also the modalities around it. But then, this is the issue, Honorable Speaker. The version that we are passing today, and I'm beseeching this House to pass, reflects a figure of 387 billion shillings. But, Honorable Speaker, the appropriations bill that we passed, that is supplementary one, shows that that figure is 380 billion. Honorable Speaker, we also have KRA, which we had forwarded to the President with a figure that was previously there of 400.1 billion shillings, but was sent back with a memoranda, Honorable Speaker. And to overturn that memoranda from the President, we require that this House has to have two-thirds majority, and also the Senate has to have two-thirds majority. All these things are important for members to know that even after here, there is some process to go. Honorable Speaker, in arriving at this figure, we have several figures which I want to mention. The figure that we had passed in the budget, in the appropriations bill, was 400.1 billion shillings. The figure we ended up passing in supplementary one is 380 billion Kenya shillings. The figure that the Senate were requesting that we sustain is the 400.1 billion Kenya shillings. But, Honorable Speaker, now we have a figure of 387 billion Kenya shillings, which is an enhancement from last financial year of around 2 billion shillings, but an enhancement from what was already passed in this House, Honorable Speaker, of 7 billion, because we had passed 380 billion Kenya shillings. But, Honorable Speaker, this figure also is higher than what is required constitutionally. Constitutionally, Honorable Speaker, the shareable revenue should form around not less than 15% of the revenues in the last audited, Honorable Speaker. As it is now before us, Honorable Speaker, we are now doing over 24% of the last audited revenues, Honorable Speaker, which is thus to show that this House supports devolution, as our brothers and sisters in the Senate also do. And that is why even when we met, there was no acrimony, because we all knew that the monies that are going to our counties are still going to serve the Kenyan people. The monies that are going to our constituencies also goes to serve the same Kenyan people. And therefore, there was no point of belaboring the point so deeply about who supports and who does not support devolution. All of us in this House have shown in the past, are showing now, that the National Assembly supports devolution. The Senate also in the Mediation Committee, Honorable Speaker, we were all reading from the same page that there is no contestation, Honorable Speaker, that we all support devolution, and that is why we were able to conclude this issue in a very amicable manner. Honorable Speaker, there was also another clause we had put in the initial report, that when there is a shortfall of revenue, that the national government and the county governments were to bear that shortfall, Honorable Speaker, in a manner that reflects their initial figures, what I would call proportionately. But Honorable Speaker, after deliberations, there is something we have seen very consistent in this country, where the National Treasury sets targets, revenue targets. But for the last 10 years, Honorable Speaker, we have never, even 1 year, met our revenue targets. And we decided in the Mediation Committee that what we have been advising the National Treasury, even as a House, that they need to give projections of revenue that are in tandem with reality. Because there are ramifications of that. When you give a very high target, which then you don't end up meeting, what we end up doing by the close of the year is to enlarge the debt, or having so many projects unfunded by the lapse of the year on the 30th of June. It is the same reason, Honorable Speaker, that by the last financial year, the country was not able to fund projects worth Kenya shillings 218 billion shillings. And what we were only able to carry over as a country, Honorable Speaker, was only the 30 billion for counties, a little bit for CDF, and a little bit for pensions, which was just around 60 billion. All the other monies, Honorable Speaker, are projects, and especially developmental, that ended up unfunded by the lapse of the financial year. What we need to do to make a credible budget is to come up with revenue targets that reflect reality. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, the Mediation Committee deleted that clause, that when there is a revenue shortfall, the people who set revenue are not the county governments. It is the National Treasury. And the National Treasury represents the executive or the national government, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, in our report, we have decided that the counties can no longer be able to carry a burden which they were not part of the creation. And therefore, when there is a shortfall in revenue targets, it is only the national government, as has always been there before, to carry the entire burden, because that burden cannot be carried by the county governments, because they are not even the authors of these revenue targets, Honorable Speaker. And this also makes our county assemblies to do budgets that are not moving targets. When we give them, Honorable Speaker, figures that may change, we are just basically telling our county assemblies to pass budgets that may actually not be fulfilled. And that is why we have decided to delete that clause, so that in case of a revenue shortfall, the National Treasury that actually sets those targets, Honorable Speaker, it is therefore, being a representation of the national government, it is the national government alone to carry the burden of revenue shortfall. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that I want to highlight is that besides this bill that is before us, before this motion that is before us, there is already another mediation, Honorable Speaker, which will actually be meeting for the first time tomorrow. Because the conditional allocation to our counties also, they also need to be mediated. Because the figure that we passed in this House and the figure passed by the Senate has some discrepancies. And Honorable Speaker, I would beseech this House because I know the undercurrents. The undercurrents around the issues we were discussing. Those undercurrents are better handled in the next mediation because it is the conditional grants are the ones that have sectoral allocations, even like the RMLF, and therefore this division of revenue has got absolutely nothing to do with RMLF. It is the next report, Honorable Speaker, that then contains that. And I hope maybe by that time we will exercise our debate on that matter during that debate, because that is where it is domiciled. However, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to thank our county governments. I wish to thank our governors. They have been doing a credible job. They have been trying their best under the circumstances that we are in terms of the finances. And the more the reason, Honorable Speaker, that there is no need for any house, for any leader to fight the other, because we are all pulling on the same side. When CDF does classrooms for JSS, and our counties support our healthcare, and even county governments come together with the national government to collaborate in other functions, like the industrial parks and the others, all this collaborative manner, Honorable Speaker, only serves the justice of serving the people of Kenya. And that is why, under our watch, we have refused, Honorable Speaker, to disenfranchise ourselves as the mediation committee in terms of pointing fingers on anyone. Because the situation we find ourselves, financially speaking, is not a creation of anyone. It is just a creation of the economy as it is, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we were able to come to a very good conclusion. Honorable Speaker, this issue, because I know the governors expected more than we could, that could be delivered. Honorable Speaker, this issue of shortfalls in revenue is also reflected in the own source revenues of our county governments themselves. Because, you know, national government collects revenue, but also our county governments also collects revenue. Honorable Speaker, even when the Commission for Revenue Allocation tries to project their own source revenue, it always has shortfalls. Because, Honorable Speaker, it is understandable that when there is a shortfall on one side, it is likely to be symmetrical, because we are dealing with the same economy. And the same, Honorable Speaker, that the way we find ourselves not meeting targets on this front, even on the county governments, it is the same, Honorable Speaker. And this calls all of us, this House, the county assemblies, the National Treasury, the CECs for finance in our county governments. I think it is better to project less than more, because it's better to deal with a surplus when it appears than to deal with a deficit when it accentuates itself, like in this situation, Honorable Speaker. Because this is how it happens, Honorable Speaker, just for a snapshot. When we pass a budget, like the one we have of 3.88 trillion Kenya shillings, on one side there is revenue. On the other side, there is expenditure. But you know, government is a revolving door. When I had not joined this committee, Honorable Speaker, I used to think, for example, that the pensions that the civil servants are paid, I used to think there is a bank account that when you are a civil servant and you are deducted, that your money is deposited. Honorable Speaker, I am sure most people that is what we think. But there is no such a kitty, Honorable Speaker. Government is a revolving door. That even pension itself that is deducted, there is no granary of pension, for example. All these monies are the monies we collect as taxes every day. So that even a person who retired 15 years ago, there is no money in any bank account that they were deducted. It is the taxes we are collecting today that pays their pensions today, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I was trying to talk about the hierarchy. When the National Treasury receives revenue, the number one thing that they pay is CFS, especially interest rates in debt. The second thing they pay, Honorable Speaker, it is the salaries for the civil servants. Honorable Speaker, the other thing they pay is the pensions. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is the recurrent. The last thing that ends up being funded by the National Treasury when we collect revenue is development, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, when there is a shortfall in revenue, as it was projected, all that shortfall in most cases is borne by the development kitty. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, we are requesting the National Treasury, even in this report, they project revenues that are cognizant or reflect reality so that we don't find ourselves in years that lapse without projects being funded adequately and fully. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and thank all the members of the Mediation Committee, both in the National Assembly and Senate. I want to thank the leadership of this House, Honorable Speaker, and I want to request the Majority Leader, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, to second this motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me first to thank our Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee, who also was co-chairing the Mediation Committee between us and the other House, and all the members of this House and the Senate who engage in this very rigorous mediation process. Honorable Speaker, every mediated bill is a question of big give and take, and I must thank even the senators who had otherwise taken a very intransigent position or standing with governors to ask for 400 billion. And I must thank them for eventually seeing the light and appreciating that as much as we are all desirous of giving even beyond 400 billion shillings to our counties, those resources are not there. And since we all live in this country, we know what happened with the loss of the finance bill. The projected revenues, as at the time the first division of revenue bill was being done, are not the same today. They had to be reviewed downwards because of the loss of the finance bill 2024. Honorable Speaker, in that give and take spirit, the Senate, together with the Council of Governors, I know they may not be very satisfied with this figure of 387.425 billion shillings going to the counties, but a great improvement, Honorable Speaker. This now constitutes 24.67%, almost 25% of the last audited accounts, I think, of the year 2021, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it tells you that progressively the money going to our county governments is increasing every year. And indeed, it was the spirit of this House and the government to give our counties 400 billion shillings. You remember, Honorable Speaker, in the year 2020-2021, we had a similar significant increase in the shareable revenue going to our counties. And in one particular year, we increased the county shareable revenue by 50 billion shillings. But that, Honorable Speaker, was on the understanding between us following a mediation process again with the Senate and an agreement with the Council of Governors that they would then cede ground on the question of the revenue coming from the fuel levy fund. It's sad, Honorable Speaker, that our governors and the Council of Governors is now reneging on that very good gentleman's agreement and pitting ourselves against them. Honorable Speaker, the money that goes to the constituencies for fuel levy, at the time we increased by over 50 billion shillings the shareable revenue, was on the understanding that most of that money would be going towards rehabilitation and maintenance of roads at the county level. Today, Honorable Speaker, and I don't know whether I will speak for Kiambu County or it is indeed the case in all our counties, county roads are not being done at all. Members of the public have become accustomed now that they can only go to their women rep or their member of parliament to get a road fixed. Even roads that are not under the purview of members of parliament or the constituency roads committee. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to beseech the Council of Governors, and I know they have new leadership now, to drop the cases in court. Those cases are not helping them. They are not helping the country. They are simply holding services and the maintenance and rehabilitation of roads around the country at ransom because governors want more money. And this insatiable thirst for resources, Honorable Speaker, should come with service delivery. My problem with many of our governors is that the resources that go to the counties don't commensurate with the services being given to the people. Around the country, and it is not lost on us, Honorable Speaker, that even the NGCDF matters, the Council of Governors had a huge role to play even in the courts. And we know who are the sponsors of the people who are in court on the NGCDF matter. You can see the nexus between even the advocates that represent the parties in court on the NGCDF matter and those that represent the Council of Governors in other matters. This is not how to expend public resources. Institutions of the same government, same country, taking each other to court. And I really want to plead with governors. Since the mediation committee of the National Assembly went into this mediation process with clean hands and in good faith, mediated in good faith, and even has ceded to resources that the chairman of the Budget and Appropriation Committee can tell you, these resources are not there. We are only hoping that with the anticipated passage of the tax and business laws, we may be able to get a bit of more resources to be able to cater for this. And Honorable Speaker, in that give and take, could we plead with our Council of Governors to please cease the litigation matters in court, especially around the fuel levy money that goes to KRA and KURA. These national agencies maintain roads around the country. I have seen, for instance, the last 2 weeks, Citizen TV has been very keen on highlighting how dilapidated roads are in Nairobi County. And I saw the governor of Nairobi saying, for instance, Jogoo Road doesn't belong to me, it belongs to the national government. Fact, it does belong to the national government. That is why you will see in advertisements today from KURA, out of the money coming from the fuel levy fund, Jogoo Road has been advertised for rehabilitation. The president was in a church the other Sunday in Soweto, in Embakasi East constituency, represented by Honorable Babu Owino. And when the president set foot in that church, all that the church leaders and residents of Soweto could tell him is about the state of a road that is so dilapidated that was done 3 years ago under the Kenya Informal Settlements Program funded by the World Bank. But now it's so dilapidated that you have to wade through pools of water even to get to that church in Soweto. And you know the church has become very famous for other reasons, Honorable Speaker, that church. But I can also confirm that money has not found its way back to the president. And I have a long list of other churches that are waiting for that money to get back to the president so that it can be donated to the other churches that are waiting. But besides the money and service to God and humanity that the president engaged in, he did promise the people of Soweto that that road will be rehabilitated. The money rehabilitating that road by KURA is coming from the fuel levy. Honorable Speaker, I do not need to belabor this, but I really want to take this opportunity to request the Council of Governors to also adopt the give and take attitude that the two houses of parliament have adopted in this mediation process. Give in on the fuel levy, and we will support you in everything else you want to do. But please, stop pitting yourselves in a fight with members of parliament. These members of parliament have no business to do with the roads. And with all due respect to the former Prime Minister, I know he had his view, and I have engaged him on it, because these members of parliament are the first point of call by their constituents when roads are dilapidated in their constituencies. Governors are never seen anywhere. I had a case in one of the counties where an MP neighbors a governor. The governor has 7 AP officers guarding his residence. The MP has none. And everybody flocks to the members of parliament's office on healthcare, food, funerals, hospital bills, roads. Nobody ever goes near the governor's residence. Because I don't want to say they have elevated themselves to be small gods or anything, Honorable Speaker, but they need to open up, be accessible to their people. These members of parliament are elected the same way governors are elected. And therefore they cannot bear an unequal share of the burden of the people's problems than governors. And when these members of parliament are supervising the work that is being done by the CRC committees, because these members of parliament are not members of the CRC committees. They do not participate in the implementation of projects. What they do is offer meaningful oversight to ensure that at least the national government roads at the constituency level are being rehabilitated. They're in good condition, Honorable Speaker. Now, if we sacrifice all this money to go to the governors, these 387 billion, ask Kenyans next year where this money, they will have seen any work from this money. And ask Kenyans whether they will have seen the billions that have gone through CDF. Kenyans will only tell you the money that they see from NGCDF, not from this shareable revenue. But I beg to support and second this motion for agreement on the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill. And hopefully the other house in the Senate will be able now to start, upon passage of this one, to start with KRA, and we are able to pass it before we proceed on recess. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second. I was going to reply.
Honorable members, allow me to propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Article 1132 of the Constitution and Standing Order number 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024, laid on the table of this House on Monday, 25th November 2024, and approves the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024. Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this mediated version of the Kenya Division of Revenue Amendment Act 2024. I must go on record, I was together with the Chair of Public Accounts Committee as a member of the Mediation Committee, and Honorable Speaker, I learned so much about the mentality of the senators in respect of this matter. I also had an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to engage some of the governors, and I also learned so much how they view things in this country. First of all, Honorable Speaker, we need to go on record and reiterate to the country and to all members here that all of us are in full support of devolution. All of us are 100% in support of devolution. Number one. Number two, devolution was supposed to change the lives and welfare of the people in the grassroots. Number three, devolution was not supposed to be a cost center to the national treasury entirely. Devolved functions or devolved units were not supposed to remain to be dependent wholly on the national treasury. They were supposed to generate their own revenue to complement or supplement whatever they get from the national treasury. Honorable Speaker, members of parliament are not in any way part of the executive that implements any projects at all. Honorable Speaker, we have given the counties now 387 billion from the 380 that had been passed with amendment bill after the Gen Z demonstrations. Honorable Speaker, the county governments up to this moment have not demonstrated that they are also sharing the burden of reduced revenue of this country. These counties have not demonstrated, Honorable Speaker, that what measures, austerity measures, have they put in place to ensure that they live in the reality of the modern times? The county governments have not even made any efforts to make sure that the funds they receive, the equitable share they receive, actually supports them to improve own source revenue. We were given documents, we were given reports, Honorable Speaker, data by the Parliamentary Budget Office, that indeed, yes, own source revenue has been increasing over time, but probably at a lower percentage as expected. So it's a call upon the county governments in all cadre that they must improve on the existing systems for the purposes of improving own source revenue. Honorable Speaker, we could plug the deficit. We could plug the deficit that is so-called that they are talking about. There is a lot of potential. Honorable Speaker, how do you explain that Nairobi County would still depend on National Treasury, yet the source of revenue for Nairobi County is boundless, is massive? Can we carbon on corruption? Honorable Speaker, I have seen the President's speech addressed to the national state of the nation. The emphasis on corruption. We never intended to devolve corruption. When we devolved systems, we expected the county governments to work. Honorable Speaker, when we go to the constituencies, and I must testify here, since today morning, Honorable Speaker, I have received 5 calls from my constituencies looking for money to pay medical bills. Some for delivery in maternity, some for basic malaria, some for fractures, some for basic ailments. So I keep on asking them, how come the county government has got devolved funds on health? They collect some user charges. Where does the money go to? Honorable Speaker, sometimes it is frustrating. Indeed, it's frustrating. And I think its time has come. We need to call county governments to order. We never give them money.
And while you're at it calling them to order, it's always useful to have the name of the hospital in the handset.
Honorable Speaker, as I stand here today, on Monday, today, I have had to send money to bail out to pay a bill at Busia County Referral Hospital. As I speak, Honorable Speaker, there is a patient stranded in a village called Busijo who fractured. When he went to the county government hospital, he was asked to raise 150,000 so that they can undertake surgery. They are saying SHA or Taifa Care does not apply in respect of implant. So they expect me as an MP with my meager income to pay for that kind of expenditure, Honorable Speaker. Yet we appropriate funds here to go to the county and literally solve problems of medical care. We must, as a country, and I want you guys who sit on the government side, honestly speaking, call these governors, you are in good books with them, plead with them that we members of parliament are suffering. We are suffering. Honorable Speaker, as we speak, in many schools in the country, there are no ECD classrooms. The classrooms that we built through CDF is where they have to partition grade 1 and pre-unit. Yet, every year, millions and billions, 387 billion is going to go there. But Honorable Speaker, I can tell you, and I want to echo the sentiment of Majority Leader, by this time next year, the impact of the 387 billion will be hardly noticeable in the this country. Yet the 30 billion allocated to CDF will be seen and felt all over. Probably must start asking ourselves a question. Did we make a mistake on devolution? No, we did not make a mistake on devolution. We need to have a mentality change, Honorable Speaker. We need to have a mentality change. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, 90% of the Kenyans, if you asked them, they would even call for scrapping of county governments so that the money can actually be channeled through CDF with better checks and balances because it's accountable. We need, Honorable Speaker. And we want to call upon the Office of the Auditor General. The Office of the Auditor General, that's where the weakest link is. We need to be thorough in the audit of these books of accounts prepared by the various county governments. We want to call upon the control of budget. It's not easy, it's not good enough to go and lament in public, yet their office approves illegal and unlawful expenditure that do not end up supporting the local mwananchi on the ground. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we want to make it very clear that the RLMF is not MP's money. CDF is not MP's money. RLF undertakes roads that many times are allocated to KRA and some even belongs to the county governments. The county governments deliberately neglects to fix those roads. And yet, these are wananchi. The mwananchi will come and tell you, Honorable Member of Parliament, mimi sijui kama mimi ni mtu wa devolved function ama ni mtu mimi wa Kenya. All they know, they are Kenyans, they deserve services regardless where the money is coming from. As we support, Honorable Speaker, we want to call them to exercise prudent management of the resources. Otherwise, then, Honorable Speaker, it will keep on casting doubts to those who continuously doubt the efficacy and the usefulness of county governments. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Baringo, Honorable Chamatian. Oh, sorry. I know. Apologies, Member for Baringo. Let me allow Honorable Osoro, because I know he needs to go and do his other real job.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity also to support the report, the mediation report by the Mediation Committee, Honorable Speaker, as proposed by the chairperson, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, even as we support this report, there is something that we also need to ponder as a House. And even first of all, Honorable Speaker, it's also important for us to guide the members of the public that this is a procedure. There has been a misconception out there that members of Parliament are sitting on the county funds, or rather they are fighting the county governments or devolution by not really being able to allocate funds to the counties, Honorable Speaker. That is misleading, and it's a misconception, Honorable Speaker. Because people should know that this is a report. I mean, this is a process where Article 113, Honorable Speaker, of the Constitution directs and guides us that where the bicameral Parliament of the Senate and the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, have divergent views in terms of allocation of these funds, then a mediation committee is formed to fit this purpose. So those people who've been moving around, Honorable Speaker, slandering and telling lies to the members of the public that the honorable members of Parliament are fighting devolution are misleading the members of public. But even then, Honorable Speaker, we live in very interesting times. The county government seeking to have 400 billion is not a bad idea, because after all, Honorable Speaker, we passed this constitution that we have devolved units get a good amount of money to have the resources taken back to the villages or back to mwananchi, back to the counties, Honorable Speaker. That is not a bad thing. But also, we also need to live in reality. We need to live in reality of time. We need to live and be practical of what happens, what is happening in the country. We all live in this country and know the status of our economy. Know very well that upon what happened in June, Honorable Speaker, when we passed the finance bill here, then it clearly means that we couldn't meet our revenue target, Honorable Speaker, and it couldn't be practically possible to allocate the counties all the funds that they wanted, Honorable Speaker. So this committee has really tried and overstretched themselves to even raise it to such an amount at 24%, to raise it at 387 billion, Honorable Speaker. But even then, we then need to ponder ourselves and sit and ask ourselves these very pertinent questions, Honorable Speaker. Where does this money go to? It is going to the counties. It is not the first time these funds are going to the counties. Every county has received funds, all since 2013, Honorable Speaker, to date. But where does this money go to, Honorable Speaker? Where does it go to? It is The president the other day, Honorable Speaker, and in copying the Honorable Oudo's words, Honorable Speaker, the president was here while reading his speech. He talked about corruption. If there is a place that we need to fight corruption, it's actually in the county governments. If there is a place there is high level of corruption that is massaged, that is, I mean, we have created demigods, Honorable Speaker, in the name of their excellencies. It's a very, very bad thing. That you move from county to county, you'll hear very unique problems, Honorable Speaker. Where is this obsession of them even fighting for fuel levy coming from? That you've got it, you have enough, you have money, you have some counties receive up to 13 billion. This is now, we are talking about 307 billion in the entire country for under the shared revenue, but you are again here fighting for RMLF, which is less than 10 billion. I mean, what kind of gluttonous mindset is this, Honorable Speaker? This is pure greed. You're all over going to court and saying, you know, these members of parliament are getting 100 million. I mean, really. And majority leader, Honorable Speaker, and spoke very well and stated facts that when you go to their compounds, Honorable Speaker, they have 12 bodyguards guarding their homes. Then they have guys carrying rungus in the name of, they are called, in the name of Kanjo, Honorable Speaker. I mean, they are guarding them. So Raia can hardly reach them. So all those problems are taken to members of parliament who only have one bodyguard, Honorable Speaker, and by the operations, by facts of our operations in terms of our duties, Honorable Speaker, we are ever with the people. So these guys walk around with so many people. Raia can hardly reach them to explain to them their problems. I mean, there are no medicines in hospitals, Honorable Speaker. They are now sabotaging every health system. They cannot build classrooms, Honorable Speaker. I even heard one governor, Honorable Speaker, close to my, actually in my county, bragging that the KTRH, the Kisi Teaching and Referral Hospital, makes 247 million in a quarter. Really? You are bragging that you are making 247 million in a quarter in a hospital that does not have drugs, in a hospital that does not have doctors, enough personnel, in a hospital that people are dying. I mean, really, why are people attracting, casters, Honorable Speaker? I mean, let's ask ourselves this question, Honorable Speaker. Why would one person need 20 vehicles following him, you know, to a function, to a burial function that does not belong to him, does not belong to his relative? 20 vehicles. One carrying a chair, another one carrying a carpet, another one carrying goons, another one carrying a girlfriend, another one carrying water, another one carrying a toilet, Honorable Speaker. How this toilet, what is their toilet special? How do, Honorable Speaker, this is very painful. Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans are suffering under this devolution. The intention of devolution, Honorable Speaker, was to help. The intention of devolution, Honorable Speaker, was to help and devolve functions back to the villages. But today, professionals or professions are being killed. Doctors who've gone to school for several years cannot even get promotions. They are being frustrated when they raise issues in their, through their society groups and their, when they raise through their unions, Honorable Speaker. They are threatened. They are fired. They are transferred. I know of one doctor, Honorable Speaker, who is a dentist, Honorable Speaker, because they couldn't agree with the governor, Honorable Speaker, over the affairs, because she sits in a union. I mean, he sits in a union, Honorable Speaker. He was transferred to a village clinic, Honorable Speaker, to a dispensary where he can't practice his practice. You know, he can't do his dental work, Honorable Speaker, just because it questioned the governor over the operations of the county. Honorable Speaker, it is very painful. It is sad. It is very, very sad. Some are actually building their offices, taking a lot of money. Some have even abandoned their offices. They are living, they are working from the stadiums. Others have converted their homes to be small state houses where they hold meetings until night. It is a sad situation. And we are calling upon EACC, even as we seek to approve the nominee for the CEO position, that it is about time you start arresting some of these governors. It is about time you start arresting some of these thieves in the name of their excellencies. In fact, those terms do not belong to them. Those are their excellency thieves, Honorable Speaker. There is no other better term we can call those guys, because we are sending 307 billion, but you'll need a microscope to see what it does. You will need a microscope to see a classroom. You need a microscope to identify ECD class. It is a sad situation. I speak with a lot of pain, Honorable Speaker, because we have seen how people are suffering in the villages. We've seen what they do, Honorable Speaker, is to use this money to pay goons. They draw this money, some from their own source revenue, to pay goons, to attend functions, to clap for them. What kind of silly attitude is this? It is just too bad, Honorable Speaker, but I beg to support the report. I hope they will be arrested someday. I just hope they will be arrested someday. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Baringa, what's your point of information? Honorable.
Our whip has really put it very well.
You are not on record.
Honorable Speaker, you know, the whip has just spoken very eloquently about how these governors show uplands and even actually running in convoy.
You're on a point of information. Just give us the information.
Yeah, he had mentioned about, I heard him talking about, he had seen some governors traveling in a convoy about 50, 60. I just want to inform you that there was a video going around about the governor of Narok going in a convoy about 700 cars, using public money to go and open a project being funded by a partner called AMREF. That is our governors for you, Madam Speaker. Yes. 700 cars.
Honorable Chematia, proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I want to support this report on division of revenue. And I must say, it took time for the two houses to conclude this report, but it is one report that is going to give counties a reprieve at these trying times and very hard economic times. Madam Speaker, I also sit in the budget, and I am aware that in June this year, we were not able to pass our finance bill as needed for us to do it. And that has shown a lot of deficit, specifically in management of revenues and monies that goes to the counties. I want to say, in my opinion, the drafters of the Constitution had a lot of hope, but at the same time, they also didn't have proper information on how should we elect our governors. Madam Speaker, the money is not a problem. Today we have agreed through the division of revenue that 387 billion is going to be dispersed to the counties. This money, I want to pray that we are going to be able to collect, and we are able to disperse this money within good time, so that the counties will be able to deliver services. But I think, just like most of members have said, we got it wrong from the onset. The mode of electing our governors. These are managers of counties. I don't think it was good for the Constitution to subject governors to elections. Because subjecting them to elections means it is the competition versus the resources that someone has. So we were not able to get the quality governors to govern and help the counties, specifically the far-fledged counties. If you ask me, governors should be probably appointees. They should be appointed, and most likely they don't have to come from the locality. These are people who should have the proper career to manage resources. Today, what we are crumbling is the level of incompetence of governors. If you look at the first governors who came in, most of them tried to put structures and to create the functioning of the counties. And subsequently, the second and the third have a lot of imbalances. And it's because we subject them back to elections. And to be a governor in Kenya today, no one uses minimally less than 50 million. I want to ask, even if today we are crying here because we don't have money, and we are complaining about the services that the governors are not giving to the people, I want to say it is the way we introduce these counties. Also, the number of counties in this country is too many. 47 counties is so many, is so much that sometimes you wonder whether we need a village. Is almost like, because we are creating counties on tribal, like Kisii County, we have Turkana County, we have, I mean, that is giving that proper corruption to thrive. Because if I am a governor and my locality is, and everyone who is within the locality is my tribe, most likely I will employ probably a relative. The people who help me to campaign are the ones who are going to be the forefront to make sure that they have been employed. And most of them are not always qualified. So we ended up creating small dynasties that is so much embezzling the resources of the people. And more so, it was also it was very wrong for us through the Constitution to devolve sectors like health or basic education. That is where it's a day-to-day life survival. You go to in my district hospital, a county hospital, Baringo. I mean, barely a week when we were having an event in Baringo, there was nothing in the hospital. You cannot even find a shelf of drugs. And the doctors are always on strike. So there's a problem. Whether and these counties, most of these counties also, Madam Speaker, don't have any revenue. Or even if they do, they collect own source revenue, it is very little money. And if it is there, because of the wage bill, I mean the bloated, every governor comes in, he puts 100 people in payroll. The first one, the second one, so there are a lot of layers of people who most of them are ghost workers. At the end of the day, we are just supervising. These people are supervising incompetence, corruption, and lack of services in the counties. I want to imagine, even if you are the best president in this country, as long as we still have these counties behaving this way, and the same way of how we are electing these governors, because once you are a governor today, and for you to come back, you use probably 3 times the amount you used before. So at the end of the day, I will be going in as a governor. The first thing I will do is to save for me to come back. And at the end of the day, we definitely impede with the services in the county. So, Madam Speaker, as I support all the disbursement of the money, I want to reiterate, the money is not a problem. It is the management of the resources that goes to the county. We also need counties to give us ways like investing in industrialization, ways to generate more income so that they are able to be sustainable and keep the services and provide proper services, specifically health and agriculture. It was also very unfortunate for us to develop agriculture and education, for instance. So in ECD, if you are very keen in Kenya today, for most of us who went to school a long time ago, there is a lot of a very distinct comparison of a child who is between class 1 and probably class 4 in the village. They are not able to read. So the literacy level is so high because the quality of education, the teachers that teaches these children are from the village. ECDs are taught probably, and they are not paid well. So that way, it actually impedes the quality that we give to our children. And this is the foundation of our nation. Otherwise, I want to say, as much as we devolve this money, we want to encourage that we need to retrospect and think on how we are going to manage the resources that goes to the counties. And also help governors to understand that the society is now devolved. And everything that happens in the county automatically reflects everywhere in the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi, member for Suba South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very thrilled by the passion I'm witnessing amongst members on this particular issue. But my observation is very simple. All the bad habits we see in the counties have actually been transplanted from the national government. I mean, I think we are doing an introspection of ourselves. as a country. While I support devolution, and I'm happy to see that at least additional 7 billion is being disbursed to them, let's just take some examples so that you understand where I'm coming from. Recently, I'm aware of a county where the speaker was actually removed from office. They pretended that he had lost confidence of the members of the county assembly. The reality is he did not have the necessary academic qualifications to hold the job of a speaker. And I'm sure in this House and in Parliamentary Service Commission, I think we have similar cases. So there's nothing new that the governors or the lower cadre of people are doing in the counties that we are not doing up here. Cronism. It is very common. You go to counties, people employ their relatives, their friends. It happens. In the national government, it happens here. Tribalism. The Constitution requires that every county, 30% should be non-residents of that area. How many of us have tried to hold our governors accountable to that? At least I'm happy to report my constituency manager is a man from Kisiland. Inflated cost of projects. We are buying information management software for our health sector at 104 billion, something that can be developed by university students. It's the same thing in the counties. There's no difference. Misprocurement. We are not following our procurement laws at the national level. So they are copying us. They are doing the same thing everybody's doing. Absence of accountability. I was once at a function and somebody very senior whispered to me that you see all these governors in front of us. If it was not for some intervention, they would all have been charged. And there were 6 governors right in front of us. And I was in shock. It's the same. Absence of accountability. Governors amuse me. Whenever I meet them, apart from what our majority whip has said, they also work with cheer gangs. I'm told there's a budget called hospitality and public participation in most of our counties. That is where the money is taken to finance cheering squads and to finance goons. So a governor walks into a funeral, the tent is almost brought down, the coffin is almost knocked down, and you're wondering, what kind of, where did these people even go to school? What was their upbringing? They sit on the chairs, they knock out everybody, they have no respect. I mean, it is saddening. But it is the same. Some of us do that as leaders. Theft. I have it on record. A former governor set up a revenue collection system from Eastern Province, but the money was being collected in Suba. These so-called online M-Pesa things, pay bills. Governors do that. They set a revenue collection system, money is paid in their counties, but the discounting is done elsewhere and the money remitted to them. I mean, this is just a reflection of who we are as a country. So, but let me go to more substantive issues. While I support this, Madam Speaker, if you look at the report, we are using 2020-2021 audited accounts. In other words, we are 3 years behind. The Constitution, Article 2032, is very clear that it should be the latest, it should be revenue of each financial year. Even though we have the flexibility under Article 2033 sub 3, that it should be the last audited accounts. When you are disbursing money to counties 3 years behind the last financial year, you are basically starving them of money because revenues are projected to continuously grow. So you are not giving them the realistic revenue which they should get. I think there's a problem, and I think we need to look at it. I once talked about it here. As a budget committee, I think our members there should figure out what is it that we need to do to have recent audited accounts being, if for not that year, but for the last year, not 3 years behind, because the figures are different. Secondly, delayed disbursements. If you look at our Constitution, Article 203, again J, sub J, we are supposed to enable county governments discharge their functions efficiently and effectively. We are not giving them money on time. In other words, how can they plan and implement their projects on time? I think there's some work we need to do there as National Assembly. On-source revenues. Most governors will be very proud to announce they've raised $1 billion. They'll be very proud to announce we've increased our own source revenue. But no one ever tells you what that money did. They never tell you. And I think as Parliament, we need to come up with a system where we incentivize improved collection of revenues, but also we create accountability as to how that revenue is utilized.
What's your point of order, Honorable Kiplagat? It better be a genuine point.
Yeah, it's a genuine. I'm rising on a point of order. You know, this house is a house of records. And the honorable member who is contributing is a senior lawyer. I wish he could have seen the report that what we are giving to counties is around 24%, which is above the stipulated constitutionally 15%. So to allege that by delaying by 3 years in the audited accounts, we are giving them less, I think that is quite, quite out of order. Yeah.
Okay. You may proceed. You're properly informed.
You know, it is very simple mathematics. 15%, you are 24% as 15% in it. The 15% of 3 years ago is not the 15% of today. It is very simple, my friend. It is as simple as that. Again, this is mischief. We will transfer it to the county government. Misinformation. 15% of 3 years ago, when the revenues were maybe 2 trillion, is not the 15% of today, when the revenues are 2.9 trillion. So even if it is 24%, you have not given them what is their fair share. That's what I'm trying to say. But anyway, let me continue. You see, the chairman of the budget committee talked about having realistic revenue targets. Let's be frank. If you wanted to have realistic revenue targets in our budget making process, you'll have a crisis. Because the debt obligations and the other statutory obligations more or less match the revenue. In other words, you'll not have any number showing that we're having development component of our budget. So you have to stretch the revenues to factor in perceived development, whether it is illusional or not. But it has to be there. That is the reality. So if you want to remove the stretched revenue targets, then you will have a budget that the revenues purely match standard obligations, debt service, and other recurrent expenditure of the government. And I don't think that politically is tolerable. That is why we must have these aspirational revenue targets so that we can accommodate development. That is the reality where we have found ourselves as a country. And the only way to address it is again to deal with corruption, is again to deal with proper audit of our debt schemes and see which debts are real and which ones are not real. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there. But if you reduce our debt, our revenue projections, you will have a budget that matches debt and statutory obligations. And I don't think that will be politically tenable. The other point I would like to raise, I think it is time that this House did two things. One, it is time that we started making our budget, both at national level and at county level, at and capture them at constituency level. So that in every budget, we should show what has been allocated for every constituency. Roads, water, health, whatever. All in the constituencies. And then a spreadsheet, which is a high-level summary, is attached to that budget. So that every member here can raise a piece of paper and say, this is what the budget for this year is doing in my constituency. And I'm going to propose an amendment to our laws so that future budgets have that summary by constituency, not by county. Our country is run on constituency basis, 290 of them. So the budget will clearly demonstrate what has been allocated in all the sectors, including projects that are funded by donors and all other projects that we have in that country. Finally, I think it is time that this Parliament commissioned a study on what truly is the impact of devolution. What truly has devolution done in terms of resource utilization and impact on the people? Because we are walking blind. We don't know. This thing we've spent, some countries have received 150 billion shillings over the last 10 years. Ask yourself, where has it gone? I think we need, as a house, to commission an independent study that can open our eyes so that we can analyze what changes we need to make on devolution, especially on things like the health sector, like the lady from Baringo has said. Why should doctors be unemployed in a country that does not meet the threshold of doctor-to-patient ratio? In Kenya, doctors are unemployed and people are not getting medical services. Madam Speaker, finally, we should also interrogate the equalization fund. It is a 20-year fund, but we have a problem. Not all those are eligible for equalization support are receiving them. Even within intra-counties, I think we need to look at this because the time remaining is quite short. With those many remarks, I support Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Buri. Honourable Mugambi.
I want to thank you. I just want to join my colleagues from the onset. I support this report. And just like my colleagues have said, Mr. Speaker, it's the time now we start going back again to understanding the difference between the national government and the county government. Why do I say so, Madam Speaker? What I'm seeing is there is increasingly on daily basis, the House of the Senate, which is supposed to be oversighting the activities of the county, they have absconded that responsibility in totality. They are now trying to oversight the national government. Mr. Speaker, you'll find on almost every day they are summoning cabinet secretaries, PSs, to answer things that they are not supposed to be answering. And sometimes it's causing a lot of confusion, Madam Speaker. I say this because I am the Vice Chair of Housing. Madam Speaker, there is money that comes through grants. And this money is appropriated by the National Assembly, but spent by the counties. Madam Speaker, when it comes to oversight, the National Assembly has no law to it. Conditional grants, Mr. Speaker, is one area that there is a lot of misuse of money by the county government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the moment, there is no governor who is being bashed right, left, and center on the SHA and SHIF health services. Mr. Speaker, health services are devolved. And Madam Speaker, the money has already been channeled for health sector. But when you go to the dispensaries, Madam Speaker, there are no drugs. Even some dispensaries and health centers are not operating, Madam Speaker. The level 2 to level 4 hospitals are supposed to be managed by the counties. Where does this money go? Madam Speaker, when we hear the county government talking and wanting more money, I think we must ask our senators before they start trying to oversight the national government. They need to tell us how the money that have been appropriated by this National Assembly is being spent, Madam Speaker. The same story goes to agriculture. It is only the president and the national government that seems to be answering the questions on food security. Yet we know the money that the governors have been given, there is a high portion on agriculture. It's the right time now we say, let everybody take responsibility of the money they have been allocated to do. What the national government is trying to do on health, agriculture, and the services like water and education, on the basic education, is a complementary responsibility. And I want to thank His Excellency the President that he hasn't taken a backseat in terms of health services, education, agriculture, and trying to find that they need to work together with the county government. Mr. Speaker, the biggest budget of the counties, of the counties is on recurrent expenditures, employment. And this is ballooning on yearly basis. When a new governor comes in, comes with their own ways, with their own demands. Madam Speaker, I think we really need to challenge our governors and the counties. There is a lot of talk that we are generating a lot of revenue from the county. I quite honestly can only...
What's your point of order? What's your point of order, Honorable Nyamai?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I did not want to interfere with the nice contribution by the senior member, but I would like to ask you, listening to the members from both sides, I'm standing on standing order number 95, that the mover be called to reply. Both sides of the aisle, Honorable Speaker, we seem to be agreeing on this motion, and bearing in mind that it is a mediated version, I ask you, Honorable Speaker, that you call upon the mover to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, but I think I'll allow Honorable Mugambi just finish, and then we can move on to get the mover to reply.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very emotive issue, Madam Speaker. All what we are saying is that we are agreeing. And when we agree on mediated version of the bill, then the county government should not move again and try to coerce this National Assembly and the national government to agree on other side kicks, like what they are doing on national government, CDF. Now they have come to the sector of fuel. Madam Speaker, I had a teleconversation with the young people of my constituency the day before yesterday. And one of the issues that these people are asking me, what is happening in the road sector? What is happening in the education sector? What is happening in the agricultural sector, in the water sector? And they are telling me as far as they know, what they need is services. But I am telling them, yes, services are delivered through revenue. And so I'm impressing on them that there is money that is under the national government, and there is money that the governors are given. So in as much as that you are saying the president should react to this, the president cannot take responsibility 100%. So they share responsibilities. And that's why I'm challenging the governors. You must start contributing to the development of this country. The only money that is known on loans is KRA loans, 22%, 10%. So, Madam Speaker, if they take this and whatever they have, they cannot even manage. They cannot even produce evidence of performance in every constituency. And I agree with the Honorable Wakil who have just spoken. I think we need to have budget done on constituency basis. And we need to call out civic education so that people can know the responsibilities of the national government and the responsibility of the county government, Madam Speaker. So, with those few remarks, Madam, it is so sickening. It is true. We need to now take a step back and start asking. And I encourage Kenyans to continue asking questions. We should tell Kenyans to continue asking questions. They should not only ask the national government questions. Let them start questioning their governors. Because I think that's one of the problems that we're having in this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now call upon the mover to reply.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, let me now put the question that the mover be called to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. You may now proceed, Honorable Oundo, on behalf of the chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand on behalf of the chairperson to reply. As I reply, Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to our colleagues who have gotten time to comment on this amendment bill and probably just pick out the mediated version, pick out a few salient issues that need to be very clear. One, Honorable Speaker, there's a general concern the funds going to the counties are not being prudently and properly utilized, and thus I hope that has been very clear to Commission of Revenue Allocation, then Control of Budget, the Office of Auditor Accounts General, and the SEC, that we need to make devolution work. Honorable Speaker, of course, the issue of the delayed disbursement also keeps on featuring and becomes a moving point wherever there is. But that cannot offset the lack of accountability and prudent use. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I move to reply.
Honorable Meli, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on standing order number 3 that the motion be seconded by when a motion has been moved, it is necessary to seconded. The Speaker shall propose the question thereon in the same terms as the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, honorable members, what's your point of order? What's your point of order, Honorable PK?
Madam Speaker, I think Honorable Senior Member Honorable Meli has come a bit late because we are through with debating. It is time to put the question, and I'm seeing him quoting issues of proposing the question. So I think it's completely out of order.
Did you want to propose that we defer the question? Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member for Soy didn't hear what did I say, that because of, I would request that as per standing order 53.3, you defer, that we don't put, we don't call for putting the question. Thank you. No, that's you are not in order. I also propose.
Thank you. I think it's obvious that we'll put the question at a later time. So let's move to the next order.
Order number 13, Committee of the Whole House, the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023.
Order members, we are in the Committee of the Whole House to consider the Coffee Bill. To consider the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023. As you may be aware, we went up to clause 10, so we are starting from clause 11. Clause 11, I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Mover, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I propose that clause 11 be amended as per the order paper. Honourable Chair, this amendment is basically to take care of several issues, and one of them is provide for easy access to information collected and collated and maintained by the board. Also, to ensure that research is used for market penetration and not just for branding. Also, introducing digital market platform as a mode of marketing, and also broaden the consultation to all the licensing authorities involved. Honourable Chair, you realize that the bill, as it were before, did not look into the options that are available in the digital space. So we are introducing that digital marketing, and also the final thing that we wanted to introduce, the committee proposed to introduce in this case, is also to ensure that stakeholders in the coffee sector are engaged in consultation. I submit, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, you have an amendment by the Honourable Undo. So amendment by the Honourable Undo was dropped. So I now put the question that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Chairman, Agriculture.
Honourable Chair, I propose that clause 12 be amended as per the order paper. This is because we need to ensure that the persons co-opted in the subcommittees of the board are quantified in terms of numbers for a specific period of time. We need to be sure that they are also dispensed of upon exhaustion of the issue at hand. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Whoever wants to contribute to this, please go to the intervention button. I now propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I do not see any interest in this, so I now put the question that clause 12 as amended clause 12 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 12 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Amendment by the chairperson. You may proceed, Honourable Mutunga.
Honourable Chair, clause 13, I propose that clause 13 be amended as per the order paper. Clause 14.
For the record,
clause
Chair,
14.
Chair, for the record, it is clause 14.
Yes, I propose that clause 14 be amended as per the order paper, Honourable Chair. The reason being that the initial proposal in the bill was that the salaries be determined, or the salaries and remunerations be determined by the CS in consultation with the Salaries and Remunerations Commission, but we know that there is a commission which does that work. So we are aligning the determination, or we are bestowing the power to determine to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
Thank you, Chairman. And I now put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 14 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Chair, Agriculture and Livestock. Honourable Mutunga, proceed.
Honourable Chair, I propose that clause 15 be amended as per the order paper. Honourable Chair, the committee took a decision to have the qualifying credentials for the CEO to be a minimum of a master's degree, because there are very many Kenyans who have gone to school. We don't have to stick to a first degree. And then these are also very challenging.
I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Yes, Honorable Sukuli?
I really don't object, although when you look at, other than adding the master's degree, I think we should, in future, avoid mentioning the fields, because a person who is qualified with a master's degree, even in engineering, can still, because this is discriminating other professions. We have done that before, and I think it's not good to limit. You have not traveled far enough, but that's just my comment on this.
Thank you, though you said that you do not oppose. Thank you very much. I give a chance to the Honorable Meli, member for Tinderet.
Thank you.
Make the comments brief, Chair.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to say that this proposal by Honorable Chair for the committee, we did deliberate in the 12th Parliament on this particular issue. It is important to be specific in the fields, because management in coffee, management in running an institution has to have a bias either in agriculture and to make sure that the sector grows well. So if this particular amendment is quite in order, Madam Speaker, so that if you leave it not specific, it will not be good in the running of the coffee sector.
Thank you, Honorable Meli. I now put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22.
I propose the question that clause 16 to clause 22 be part of the bill. And there be no amendment, I now put the question that clause 16 to 22 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Chair, Agriculture.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 23 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that we are aligning the consultations to be with the county governments and not county executive committee members. Honorable Chair, we would like county national government to deal with the county governments directly.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, I don't see any interest on that, so I now put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as of that opinion? I put the question that clause 23 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Chair, Honorable Mutunga.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 24 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that we need to, the committee took the decision to improve on uniformity of legislation in the coffee-growing county government. In the coffee-growing county governments.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Dorothy Kiara.
Thank you, Chair. I support this amendment because it's important that there is uniformity in the registrations for ease of governance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I now put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 24 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Chairperson. Honorable Mutunga.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 25 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that you need to provide for consultations at the national level with county governments as I said earlier, we have amended the entire bill to make sure that county government consult with the national government instead of county executive members.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have an amendment within the same clause by the Honorable Oundo. Please proceed.
Honorable Chair, I beg that the bill be amended as indicated in the order paper, and Honorable Speaker, in the same vein as has put it, instead of using county executive committee member, we should use the licensing authority, which is the county government, as provided for in clause 2. So instead of, so that we remove the discretion of having the county executive member making that decision. That's amendment to subclause 3. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Chair, do I give you the first opportunity for this? Member for Gishogo? Honorable member for Gishogo?
Yes, thank you. I support that amendment, and I believe now that the chair's amendment had already been carried, then it means that Honorable Oundo is basically in agreement with the chair's amendment.
Chairman?
Honorable Chair, that amendment is agreeable because there are 3 licensing authorities: the county government, the board, and the capital markets authority. So even if it says licensing authority, it is synonymous.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Chair, Agriculture.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the clause 26 be amended as per the under paper. The import of this particular amendment is to ensure that the county government gives statistical information to the board so that the board becomes the custodian of all the information.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 26 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 27 be amended as per the under paper. The import of this amendment is to ensure that county governments submit copies of registers to the board annually.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 27 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Chair, Agriculture.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 28 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that we need to ensure that licenses or permits are not granted unconditionally. So we are putting conditions, so it should be within the existing laws. We also want to ensure that we delete administrative provisions that can be captured in the regulations.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Chair, I know this is a preempting debate, but we are now currently debating the county government revenue raising measures bill in this House.
I hope we'll find a way to marry the same. And second, also, Honorable Chair, we passed the County Government Licensing Uniform Procedures Act that will come into operation on 28th December 2024. I suppose we'll find a mechanism of realigning this particular licensing procedure to those two particular acts once they come in operation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Oundo. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 28. Honorable Wamushomba.
Chair, I just needed to get clarification from the chair of the committee so that we don't override an issue that is of concern. When we are talking about permits, there are times, there is a clause I had read, sorry, I don't have my notes with me now, that had indicated that county government will be asking for permits for warehousing of coffee and at the same time asking for the same permits for pulpers. So a condition where a pulper owns a warehouse, we need to be clear so that the pulper does not pay for permit and for a housing permit in the same compound. Chair of the committee, I would want you to guide us.
Chairman? I wanted the chair to, or Melly before. Melly, I'll give you a chance before, yes.
Thank you, Chair. If you look at the subclauses the Chair is amending, is actually denying county government its own duties, and you know agriculture is devolved. In most of the instances where we are deleting subclause 4, the county government officer has also been given permission to inspect and to find out how they can issue licenses or permits to growers and all this. So all these amendments is trying to deny the county government to function in its role. So I wanted the chair to tell us how else can the county government make sure that its roles are carried out if you are denying it by deleting all the clause from clause in clause 28.
Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I would like to refer members to the second schedule of this bill. The second schedule of this bill is extremely explicitly clear on which licenses will be levied, or licenses, permits, or certificates will be levied by which organization. I can see warehouse license is by the county government, coffee nursery certificates will be levied by the county government, pulping station licenses will be levied by the county government, grower miller licenses by the county government, coffee roasters license, parchment permit from the county of origin by the county government, and the clean coffee movement permit from the county government of origin. So we have delineated which one is supposed to be where. Capital Markets Authority will have 2 licenses, the rest are by the board. So we have not choked the county government. We are only making sure that we do not overintroduce licenses, levies, and fees.
Yeah, Honorable Member for Gishugu.
A quick one in support.
Can make it short for the convenience of the House.
Yes, there's no way licenses can be given unconditionally. Some conditions have to be met for every license because this is just general licensing. So deleting that is proper, and I support so that at least there are some conditions to be met for any single license to be given. Thank you.
Thank you. So, honorable members, based on the explanation by the chair and also what appears in the second schedule, I will go ahead and put the question. I now put the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 28 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill, and there be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 30.
Clause 30.
I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair, Honorable Mutunga.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 30 be amended as per the under paper. The import of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is to add the agent as one of those that will conduct the business of coffee exchange.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the chair. I do not see any interest in this, so I put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 30 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill, and there be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 32.
I propose the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 32 be amended as per the order paper. The import of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is to increase the submission time for returns from 1 month to 1 quarter. 1 month is too short and cumbersome.
I propose the question that clause 31, clause 32 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Undo, I know you have an amendment, but let me just finalize this. I know you have an amendment. You drop. Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Chair, whatever the chair has proposed is same as what I had proposed, so there's no need of moving my amendment. I support his amendment.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now propose the question that I now put the question that clause 32 be amended as proposed by the chairman agriculture. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 32 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Amendment by the chair. You may proceed.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 33 be amended as per the order paper. We are only changing the terminologies from county executive member to county governments.
Thank you, Chair. I now propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clauses 34, 35, and 36.
I propose the question that clause 34, 35, and 36 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 34, 35, and 36 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 37.
I propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 38 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, what we are doing is to improve on the ordering of the various items so that you can bring in the issues of the institute.
Chairman, we are on clause 37.
37, okay.
Not 38.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 37 be amended as per the order paper. The idea is to basically change those terms from county executive member to county government on both cases.
Thank you, Chair. I now propose the question that clause 38, 37 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 37 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 38.
Clause 38 There is no amendment, but I would like to, the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, what you've done after clause 38 is brought forward the part.
Chair, let me first of all
clause 38.
Propose the question. That 38. Thank you, Chair. I am now going to put the question that clause 38, clause 38 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. There is no amendment there, but I would like the chair to pronounce himself on a rearrangement of part 9 and part 10. Chair?
Honorable Chair, the committee brought forward part 9 and part 10, which are dealing with the Coffee Research and Training Institute for purposes of enhancing flow.
Thank you very much.
Clause 39.
I propose the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. Chair, you have an amendment?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 39 be amended as per the order paper. The essence of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is to delete the functions that fall under the institute and make and also the market functions of the institute under subsection 75(2), and ensure that the bill, being a national legislation, emphasizes on the county government and not the county executive committee members. We are just basically aligning county government with the county, national government with the county government instead of the county executive member.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 29 be amended, clause 39 be amended as proposed by the chairman. I now put the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 39 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 40.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 40 be amended as per the order paper. The import of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is to ensure that registration alone is not sufficient, so we are bringing in the need for clarity that imports is upon registration and licensing for such imports. That registration alone is not enough. We need to basically have registration and licensing of these imports.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the chairman. I don't see any interest in this. I now put the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 40 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 41.
I propose the question that clause 41 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 41 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 42.
I propose the question that clause 42 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 42 be amended as per the order paper. The import of this amendment is to substitute the one county executive member with the county government.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 42 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Honorable Ondo? Members who are interested in this, you can go to intervention. I don't see any interest, so I now put the question that clause 42 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 42 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 43.
I propose the question that clause 43 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 43 be amended as per the order paper. The committee just interchanged the names. County executive member with county government.
Thank you very much, Chair. I propose the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the chairman. I now put the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 43 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 44.
I propose the question that clause 44 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the clause 44 be amended as per the order paper. This is in order to specify that the standards being applied are coffee standards and replacing national standards with established and approved standards, since the national standards conform to the international standards. We don't have to use the word, national standards.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 44 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Honorable member for Tinderet, you can start. Honorable Meli.
Chair, I support what the chair said.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Wamushomba. Please give the mic to the Honorable Wamushomba.
Chair, this was a very contemptuous issue, and I'm happy that the chairperson has included or inserted the word international standard. So I support.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I now put the question that clause 44 be amended as proposed by the chairman. I now put the question that clause 44 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 44 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 45.
I propose the question that clause 45 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 45 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, we removed the word comprehensive insurance, but because we do not talk about comprehensive insurance when it comes to insuring crops or crop products.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 45 be amended as proposed by the chairman. I now put the question that clause 45 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 45 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 46.
I propose the question that clause 46 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 46 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 47.
I propose the question that clause 47 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 47 be amended as per the order paper. The idea is that clause 47 is exactly like clause 45, so we delete and clause 47.
Thank you. Repeat on record, please. The justification for the amendment?
I see that, Honorable Chair, I propose that we amend clause 47 as per the order paper. Clause 47 is a repetition of clause 45.
Is that the reason, Chairman, you are deleting the clause?
Yes.
So you are proposing, are you deleting the whole clause or subclause 2? Subclause 2. I think that is clear.
Yeah, subclause 2, sorry. I think as per the order paper, it's subclause 2.
Yeah. Thank you very much. The Honorable Chairman. Before I go to you, let me propose the question. I propose the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chairman. You may go ahead, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wish to support the Chair of Agriculture. It's true, 47.2 is a reproduction of 45(3).
Yes.
So is correct.
Thank you. The Honorable Sunkuli?
Yeah, but Madam Speaker, if you delete subsection 2, then what happens with the way the subsection 1 reads? Because it says every contract for milling of coffee shall be in writing and shall contain such information as may be prescribed. Where? So why don't you just remove the words also as may be prescribed? Who will prescribe?
Chairman? Chairman, the purpose of this deletion is because it was reproducing an earlier clause.
Yes.
So now what do you say about this so that we can put a question?
There is nothing
okay?
materially wrong with having as prescribed.
Chairman, please proceed.
You know, Chair, when you say as prescribed, the reason why we make the substantive law is so that it can allow the regulatory authority to make regulations. So it will prescribe. Now, those regulations would have to come to this House for approval.
Yeah, but I know the regulations will come before us, but can you therefore say, because of being certain, as may be prescribed by the Cabinet Secretary in regulations? At least make it readable, don't make it hang.
Will we be over-legislating? Over-legislating. Chair, I want to put the question. I now put the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chairman. I'll repeat that. I now put the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 47 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I propose the question that clause 48 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment?
I propose that clause 48 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that, Honorable Chair, we introduce clause 48 as 45A as a new clause to improve on the flow.
Thank you. I now propose a question that clause 48 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 48 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Okay. Honorable Member for Tinderet, Honorable Meli.
I would request the chair to come up again to explain under which circumstances that is why he's deleting the whole of clause 48. Kindly.
Chair, please give justification to the House.
Honorable Chair, if the member, I would like to refer members to a new clause 45A, which will be moved later after we are done with the amendments. That 45A is exactly like clause 48.
Thank
so
you
we have
very
brought
much.
it forward for purposes of enhancing flow of the law. It's new clause 45. There's a 45.
So you are assuring the House that new clause 45 will take care of this deletion?
It is exactly the same as clause 48.
Okay. So members, I put the question that clause 48 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
I propose the question that clause 49 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment. Chair, Agriculture.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 49 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that we need to ensure consultations with all the relevant licensing authority takes place with the board. We are opening up for all licensing authority to be having consultations with the board.
Thank you, Chair. I now propose the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Dorothy Kiara, nominated member.
Thank you, Chair. I strongly support this amendment by Chair that it should be in consultation with all the relevant licensing authorities and not just the board and counties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 49 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 50.
I propose the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Honorable Oundo.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 50 be amended as provided in the order paper. And Honorable Speaker is basically moving from monthly to quarterly because requiring a typical coffee grower to submit returns to the board on monthly basis is onerous and cumbersome and unnecessarily too expensive. And as we already made amendments on, I think, on clause 32, we need just to be consistent from monthly to quarterly. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I agree with the Honorable Oundo's amendment. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Thank you very much. I now put the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 50 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clauses 51 and 52.
I propose the question that clause 51 and 52 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 51 and 52 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 53.
I propose the question that clause 53 be part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 53 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, the coffee that is catalogued is the coffee that is on offer for sale. So any coffee that is not on offer for sale does not need to be catalogued.
Thank you very much. I now put the question that clause 53 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? It's only that I'm not seeing your interest in the intervention. Okay, Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, please proceed, member for Enapkoi.
Thank you, Chair. I support the amendment, except I have a problem with the word with an exchange. The Chair needs to explain what does that. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. A grower or a broker appointed by a grower shall, in consultation with an exchange. Now, if you go to the interpretation section, there is no definition of what an exchange is. So I want to assume that you mean it's sold at the exchange, but you have not defined what exchange is. There's no exchange in the interpretation. So we may need to, Chair, you may need to consider defining.
Chairman?
Yeah.
What is your comment on this? Before the chairman, the Honorable Sunkuli, as the chairman prepares.
I just want to ride on Honorable Chepkonga's comments and say, actually, in the end, after we have passed, we will have to revisit the definitions, because that is one of them. And this thing called prescribed form or relevant authorities, they have not been described in the definitions. So there are things which are very loose. And in the end, Mr. Chairman, while we support you, you have to bring other amendments to make things more clear.
Chairman?
Honorable Chair, I would like members to go to the definitions. And on the definitions, an exchange is defined as meaning a company incorporated under the Companies Act and licensed by the Capital Markets Authority as an exchange for trading in clean coffee. That is the only one, that the coffee that goes through the exchange is the coffee that we need to catalog. We want to encourage direct sales. Coffee that goes through direct sales does not need to be catalogued. That's what.
Thank you very much. I would like to confirm that definition is given, Honorable Chepkonga. And with that explanation, I now put the question that clause 53 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 53 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 54.
I propose the question that clause 54 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 54 be amended as per the under paper, and what you've done here is just exchange the word county executive committee member to county government, and you've also the committee has also provided for clarity on some of the sentences, and this has to do with the with the subclause 5, but A, which means that ensure all coffee in the warehouse is under the custody of against fire, therefore, and other insurable risks. In other words, we leave out the word custody in this particular case because we do not want to include any coffee that is not necessarily in the warehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. I propose the question that clause 54 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Sonkuli?
Just in support, and also to remind the chairman that the other thing he's amending is that he's removing his or her and replacing with their. So I think that's the other amendment in that particular.
Yes, but you agree. Yes, you agree with him. I now put the question that clause 54 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 54 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 55 and 56.
I propose the question that clause 55 and 56 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I now put the question that clause 55 and 56 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
I propose the question that clause 57 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 57 be amended as per the under paper. The import of this amendment is to specify that the certificate that one should possess is a certificate of quality analysis.
Thank you, Chair. I now propose the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed by the chair. Members, I don't see any interest in this, so I now put the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 57 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 58 and 59.
I propose the question that clause 58 and 59 be part of the bill. No amendments, so I now put the question that clause 58 and 59 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 60.
I put the question that clause 60 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 60 be amended as per the under paper. There are a few issues that have been amended by the committee. The import of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is to ensure that the board collaborates with the licensing authorities in enforcement of industry standards for quality assurance. Also to provide for the board to develop curriculum for coffee liquors in consultation with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, which is the body mandated to develop curriculum for institutions of higher learning in the country, together with the accredited universities for emphasis on the county. Also to put emphasis on the county governments and not the CEC, also to provide for sampling, to be carried out for purposes of ascertaining the maximum permissible residual pesticides levels to ascertain compliance with set standards, and not just to ascertain the pesticide residual level. Pesticide residual level is not the maximum residual level. The idea is the maximum residual level, which is the allowable level that should remain. And that's what the bill has prescribed. So Also, we are providing for the board to undertake compliance and surveillance in collaboration with the licensing authorities.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 60 be amended as proposed by the chairman. The Honorable Meli.
Chair, I want to say that this is one of the most progressive amendments by the chair, and I want to say that liquoring as we speak right now depends on the whims of the individuals. There is no specific way. That's why at times some coffee is said to be of high quality, but you can ask the liquorer how the high quality is. He says, it is because I myself have seen it right. Two, even the residual issues, Madam Speaker, I want to say that what the Agriculture Committee and the chair has done is actually to really promote coffee and to promote fairness and to make sure that there is quality, especially in testing and analysis of coffee. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Enapkoi, the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. In fact, I also want to join the Honorable Meli in agreeing that this is indeed a very progressive amendment. The reason being, I've been in coffee industry. It has never been quantified how coffee is tested. In fact, when I take my coffee to the miller in Eldred, and it is being tested after it has been crushed, so I ask him, so how do you know which grade is this one? He tells me out of experience. You know, there is no law. You know, we have been subjected to some kangaroo testing. No, at least now we have now some law which guides, or now other criteria that with the testers will follow. And I remember I attended, together with the chair, the international conference on coffee, which was in where Obama comes from. What is it called? It was in Illinois. It was in Illinois.
So you agree?
It was in Illinois. And we found there were professional testers, and they are guided by standards like this one the chairman is proposing. So you, chairman, you are very progressive. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, we go to the Honorable, one more. I'll give to the Honorable Member for Gishugu, the last one on this.
This is a space that coffee farmers have been shortchanged for a long time, and requiring that there is adherence to the international standards will also require cooperative societies to have representation who are qualified for the purposes of testing so that they can be able to get value for their coffee. Otherwise, previously it has been left to the miller, to the marketer to decide what quality of coffee that the farmer will be paying for.
Thank you.
This space is very important.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 60 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 60 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 61.
I propose the question that clause 61 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the clause 61 be amended as per the order paper. The essence of this amendment is basically to change the words from county executive committee member to the county government.
Thank you, Chair. I now propose the question that clause 61 be amended as proposed by the chairman. I now put the question that clause 61 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 61 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clauses 62 and 63.
I propose the question that clause 62 and 63 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I now put the question that clause 62 and 63 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 64.
I propose the question that clause 64 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that Clause 64 be amended as per the under paper. Honorable Chair, the essence of this amendment is first of all to alter the percentum, that the percentum of the levy from 2 to 2.5%, and also change from coffee development to coffee development and marketing, so that you can emphasize on marketing. Honorable Chair, we have not been selling our coffee effectively in the specialty market because we've not marketed. So we are putting specific emphasis on marketing of coffee. And that is why we increased the levy by 0.5% and therefore revised the formula for sharing the levy, Honorable Chair. So we have revised the formula from what came from Senate to what we have right now. What we have right now increases the amount of money that is apportioned to the board for marketing to 15% instead of 10%. And I believe this is one of the issues that might come from mediation, because if you realize what came from Senate, I think the percentage of the money that is supposed to go to the county government is 25% to the county growing areas on pro rata basis, but we have put 10% in that particular respect, because we believe that what we have not done properly in this country is proper research on coffee and marketing of the coffee as a product.
Thank you, Chairman. I propose the question that Clause 64 be amended as proposed by the Chairman. Honorable Dorothy.
Chair, I strongly support this amendment because marketing aspect is very key to our coffee farmers. So I support, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Sonkuli. The Honorable Professor Oundo.
Chair, and I want to seek the attention of the chair of the committee. Could the MP for Tinderet allow him to listen? Chair, probably you need to come out a bit clear, especially on D, on pro rata basis. I do believe it should be the purpose of the coffee board to ensure to expand the area under coffee production. As you have put it this way, Honorable Speaker, there is literally none for coffee development, so it therefore means the counties that do not grow coffee and probably have got ecological zone that can allow coffee growing will never manage to expand the acreage in coffee. For example, Busia County is very good for coffee growing, but since we have had no support, we have not been able to expand the acreage in coffee. I don't know if you can agree to move it in some kind of amended form, so we have a provision for coffee development so that we can increase the counties that are growing coffee based on scientific research on the ability to grow coffee. Thank you.
Chairman, we could hear the chair, then we'll see whether you still need to react.
Honorable Chair, we have put 10% to the counties growing coffee on pro rata basis. Pro rata means the more coffee you grow, the more you get. So that part 10% will be apportioned for crop development in those counties. This is the expansion of the new area. Coffee as a crop has been developed in this country. So we may need that right now to open up more areas, and we realize that 10% is sufficient to improve on how much of an area you can expand. Maybe when you talk about opening up new areas, in the totally new, counties, that is an issue that probably we need to debate upon.
Honorable Meli.
Chair, I want to.
I've seen
I really wanted to beseech the chair that this levy is supposed to promote coffee growing, coffee development, and more importantly, to even incentivize new areas to make sure that we have coffee. By allowing 10% for coffee development, yet this is the money that we levy the farmers and we levy the crop. 35% to the institute, Madam Speaker, 20% for the board, almost 15% to the board for marketing purposes. So the board here is taking almost 40%. This one is actually upside down, Madam Speaker. And I want to request that these other crops like tea, sugar, has given a farmer a more prominent role, especially in this levy. Even the building of roads, even the issue of educating cooperative farmers, all these should actually have a higher percentage than what is provided here. I want to ask the chair that this actually be relooked again. Yes.
Okay, Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, my concern is on this 10% term that has been proposed in the amendment, and the chair has rightly pointed out that it will go to, it might have to be one of the issues that goes to mediation. I'd want him to reconsider, because I believe the fact that this grant was going to help in development, especially in coffee growing areas, and the Senate in its wisdom passed it to be at 25%, that even if he considers that to be a higher figure, would he be open to probably meeting them halfway and probably reduce it to maybe about 15% or thereabouts, rather than lowering it as far as 10%, and yet this grant, this conditional grant, is something that would do quite a lot for coffee farmers in the counties where they're growing the same. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chepkonga. You can make the comments brief.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you know, when you talk about all these percentums, these are percentums on 2% that has been deducted. So people should not assume that it is a lot of money. It is a minimal amount of money. And secondly, you know, when we talk about coffee growing areas, there is no county that has been barred from making an attempt to grow coffee. Like, for instance, Uasin Gishu has not been a coffee growing area. But because of our attempts to grow coffee, we have now become a coffee growing area. Nothing will prevent the Honorable Oundo himself personally. And I think he can come to my farm and I can introduce him to coffee farming. And I can give him some seedlings for free. So that you can become a county growing coffee, even when you have only 3 seedlings. So I support the amendment, Madam
You support
Chair.
the amendment by the chair. The last one, honorable members, will be the Honorable Amushomba, and then we put the question.
Thank you. Chair, I have a problem.
And honorable members, as you comment, please bear in mind that it is 10% of the 2%.
Yes, we understand it's 10% of 2%. But I have a problem with any money going to the county. And I want to cite an example of tea farmers because they have gone through the pain that we are just about to expose the coffee farmers through. When money used to go to counties in the name of, when the money used to go to the tea factories in the name of repairing roads, the cess money, farmers used to maintain their own roads. But when that money was diverted back to the counties, those cess roads were neglected. And right now, farmers are struggling because counties pick the money, but they don't make roads. When we agree that we are going to give county money that is supposed to be for farmers, in any way, county will never give back that money to the farmers. So for me, any other remission is okay, but that one for the counties, they have already collected enough levy through pulping, licensing, permits, through the warehousing and any other activity. But when it comes to the revenues of the farmers, personally, I have an objection.
Honorable members, I will now go ahead to put the question. Oh, Chair, you'll be the last one.
Okay. Somebody else?
Is it burning? Is your card in there? Yeah, your card is there. Honorable David Kiplangat, member for Soy, please proceed.
Yeah, I think I've been following the proceedings, but on this one, being the member for the Committee of Agriculture, it's important as we make laws, especially now that we have come from tea, we have come from sugar, we are now in coffee. If we look at the quantum that we are dealing when we were dealing with sugar, the issues of money going to counties was such a big debate that maybe majority whip, I think I should be heard in silence.
No, just proceed. You are being heard very well. Proceed. Yeah. And you have now half a minute.
Yeah, so what I was saying, it is something that went for mediation, and it is important that whenever we are pushing money to counties, we know very well what they are going to do. So I propose that what we did in sugar, we also did in the we also do it in the coffee, so that instead of the 10% going to counties, we can ring-fence it within the coffee board, so that it is a coffee board that will use to develop those areas, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is what, but we retain the way we are done in the sugar, we also do in coffee.
So
and then the
thank you.
percentage can go up. Thank you.
Chair,
Okay.
you will be the last one on this.
There's somebody else? Okay.
Chair, you have already commented, Honorable Wamushomba. Then can I just give the members, we bear in mind that this is a committee of the whole? I give the chair. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Number one, the reason why we are saying that 5% should go to the Coffee Research and Training Institute. We want Coffee Research and Training Institute to come up with technologies, innovations, and management practices for coffee. New varieties for new areas, so that you can open up Kenya for coffee. That's number one. Number two, the money that is designated for county. Look at that particular statement. It said 10% to the county's growing areas on pro rata basis as a conditional grant for coffee development. This money is going to be domiciled at the board, and it will be the discretion of the board to give a conditional grant, even if a county doesn't grow coffee, but it has the potential for growing coffee. The board can open up that county for coffee growing. So this is why it's a conditional grant by the board, not to be given to the governors. So this is, even if it means killing this, we better kill it. Because if you give this money to the governors, they will not do it. They will not do the work. They will not improve.
So, thank you. So, with the explanation from the chair, I now put the question.
Let me explain two things. The last two. The 20% to the board for regulatory purposes. We need the board to comb the entire area, map and zone Kenya, and develop regulations for each region based on the varieties that are suitable in those areas and the challenges peculiar and specific to those areas. And oversight them. And then the final one is specifically for international marketing of coffee. We have not marketed our coffee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 64 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 64 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 65 and 66.
I propose the question that clause 65 and 66 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I now put the question that clause 65 and 66 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 67.
I propose the question that clause 67 be part of the bill. Chair, you have an amendment.
Honourable Chair, I propose that clause 67 be amended as per the under paper. What you've done in this particular clause is basically to remove Senate and National Assembly and leave Parliament, because it's just Parliament.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 67 be amended as proposed by the chairman. I now put the question that clause 67 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that, I now put the question that clause 67 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 68, 69, and 70.
I propose the question that clause 68, 69, and 70 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question that clause 68, 69, and 70 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 71.
I propose the question that clause 71 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment?
Honourable Chair, I propose that clause 71 be amended as per the under paper. Honourable Chair, we are trying to increase the number of accounts. The bill proposes only one account, but we're saying that the board should have more than, can be allowed to have, the institute, sorry, the Coffee Research and Training Institute can have more than one account. So we are just creating flexibility.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 71 be amended as proposed by the chairman. I now put the question that clause 71 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I put the question that clause 71 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 72.
I propose the question that clause 72 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment?
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 72 be amended as per the order paper. Madam Chair, we have changed the name of Kari to Karo because there is a Karo Act of 2013 which recognizes Karo as Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization instead of an institute. We've also provided for constitution of the council members who are going to be the board members of the Kenya Coffee Research and Training Institute.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 72 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 72 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Oundo, you have an amendment also.
Chair, I have an amendment as proposed in the other paper, and basically is that those members appointed through Farmers Association and the rest need to have to hold at least a post-secondary education certificate. Honorable Speaker, you are going to join a board of a research institute, a training institute. For you to understand their mandate and to contribute positively, there's some basic minimum education qualifications I'm calling for. Because the bill as it is, and what as it is, it only prescribes qualification for the chair, but leaves the rest of the members without any minimum education qualification. And that's why I'm asking the House to approve that we set some minimum education standards. That's a post-secondary education certificate. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 72 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. The first chance to the chair. The Honorable Member for Indikiri, you can start before we go to the chair.
I think this is a very important amendment by Professor Oundo, because one of the biggest problems that we experience right now, particularly in this sector, is where people go and they're supposed to deliberate on very sensitive matters. They represent so many farmers, and these people must be able to articulate issues at the high level so that they are able to explain details to the farmers. Because of that, we need to have at least some minimum qualifications.
Thank you.
And I ask the chairman to consider that favorably. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Moses Kirima. Honorable Moses Kirima.
I share the sentiment of what my colleague has just said, only to hand that when it comes to the county part which I wanted to contribute, the matter has just been deliberated and passed upon.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 72 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 72 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 73.
I propose the question that clause 73 be part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 73 be amended as per the order paper. The idea is that the essence of this amendment is to include representation from county governments and the coffee traders into the board.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 73 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 73 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 73 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 74.
I propose the question that clause 74 be part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 74 be amended as per the order paper to correct some grammatical error.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 74 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 74 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 74 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 75.
I propose the question that clause 75 be part of the bill. Chairman?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 75 be amended as per the under paper, just to improve on clarity and alignment of paragraphs.
I propose the question that clause 75 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, there is no interest in this, so I put the question that clause 75 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 75 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 76.
I propose the question that clause 76 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 76 be amended as per the under paper. The idea is to include, to improve on the numbers for co-option. This particular clause provides for co-option of non-members into subcommittees of the council, and we put a limit on the numbers and a limit on the duration.
So I propose the question that clause 76 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, member for Inapkoi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I've just listened to my good friend, the Chair of Agriculture, and he has said that the proposal intends to put a cap on the number of those who will be co-opted. I don't see it in the amendment. In fact, that was my concern, unless he tells me where it is, because as it is, you can co-opt as many as you wish. That is an issue of concern, unless he wants to move it in an amended form, that you cannot co-opt more than 3 persons. Yeah. I think, maybe I think you had the intention of providing, but you didn't provide. Maybe you can move it in an amended form.
Yes, I'm trying to trace you. I can't see you anywhere, but...
Can you see your sorrow? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Muge, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm a little bit confused as well because my copy of the document is actually has a capping in itself because it says the council of the institute may co-opt 2 persons with knowledge. Honorable Chair, I thought that is already a capping. I don't know what the chair is amending in this particular matter. Yeah, there's already a capping of 2, so I don't see why he's amending it.
Chairman, please. Give justification and guide the House.
The bill initially, now actually, Chair, Honorable Chair, I think I want to apologize for having said we limited the number. We removed the limit for the number. I'll tell you why.
You removed the limit.
We removed the limit for the number. This is a research and training institute generating technologies, innovations, and management practices. You might get 2, and then they are not sufficient enough in the technology under development. They cannot advise.
Yes. So you are co-opting persons whose knowledge and skills are necessary
for that particular, yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
And the activity, yes.
Honorable members, now I will go ahead and put the question. So I put the question that clause 76 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 76 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 77.
I propose the question that clause 77 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I now put the question that clause 77 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 78.
I propose the question that clause 78 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 78 may be amended as per the under paper. The idea is the justification is to ensure that allowances, which are part of remunerations, are stated or determined by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 78 be amended as proposed by the chairman. There be no interest. I put the question that clause, do you have interest? Cynthia, please, I want your card in because it's not easy to see you from where you are. But now you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm a bit confused because the provision already on clause number 78 is actually giving the powers to Salaries and Remuneration Commission to determine the allowances. But again, I see the amendment being moved. I don't understand what is being amended exactly. It already has the SRC being able to determine how much they're going to get in allowances.
Chair. Okay, the Honorable Professor Oundo.
Chair, what we have in the bill that came from Senate was that the membership of the council will be paid allowance whatever, as the cabinet secretary shall. What the amendment is doing is to remove the cabinet secretary, because the cabinet secretary plays no role at all under the constitution in setting remuneration and allowances. Just wanted to put that on record. I don't sit in a committee of agriculture, but that's my reading. The constitutional provision of SCRC.
Chairman, is that the justification?
Yeah, also, Chair, we know that allowances are also remunerations. There's no need of saying allowances and remunerations. Just call them remunerations. So we deleted the word allowances.
Thank you, Chairman. I now put the question that clause 78 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 78 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 79.
I propose the question that clause 79 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Around Chair, clause 79, we brought, I propose that clause 79 be amended as per the order paper. Around Chair, the essence of this amendment is to align with the Mwongozo Code of Conduct, Code of Good Governance, and also introduce the requirement that the CEO must be a PhD holder. This is a research and technology generation institution.
I want, first of all, honorable members, before we go to you, I propose the question that clause 79 be amended as proposed by the chairman. The Honorable Meli.
Thank you. I do agree with the chair, especially on the issue of Mwongozo, but that the CEO needs not to be a PhD holder. It has been known and it has been seen that a number of very competent first degree holders are very good CEOs in the banking sector. A number of our professors, even in the universities, have really displayed a lot of inability to manage. So I just wanted to say that, yes, experience is there, but putting a requirement that an individual has to be a PhD holder to be a CEO is not right, Madam Chair. And I want to propose that.
Honorable Sikuli.
I want to propose that
okay.
The
members,
chair actually looks into it, yes.
Well,
you don't need to.
Order, members. Let us give time to the Honorable Meli to finish. Have you finished? You finished? Okay, the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga.
No, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I support the proposed amendment by the Chair. You know, when you are doing research, you know you philosophize. If you have not studied to the point of having a permanent endowment, you know, it is very difficult for you to understand some things called research. You know, research is not, we do research. I have done research at my master's level, but I have not gone in depth. You know, so, you know, let me tell you, and I will tell you this, Madam Chair. I was the company secretary for KPCU. We had a lot of, my chairman for KPCU, the late Abraham Mwangi, was the chairman of the Coffee Research Institute. You know, and they employed PhD holders, and it has been a tradition of coffee research to employ PhD holders. What we have just merely done is to codify the practice, because out of the practice it has been known And you know it's a very complex process, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank
Very
you, Honorable
complex.
Chepkonga.
You know how
made your
we relate
point. Actually, you have made your point very well about justification for PhD. The last one will be the member for the Honorable Sunkuli.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I support the amendment. Madam Chair, you know, picking up the last point, looking at Kemri, Kipre, and the rest, most of the employees are PhD holders. If you have a CEO who is less educated than his employees, it will not work. I think for a research institute, let's maintain this particular amendment.
Let me go to this side. And who was saying that he wants to speak for the youth? Karemba?
It's me.
Okay.
I am equally a youth, Chair. And
members,
Honorable Chair,
if we move faster, it's better for all of us.
Honorable Chair, the kind of research we are talking about is not mere inquiries out there. And this position that we are talking about, the Chief Executive Officer, is a very serious position that requires a person who is properly educated. And you know, Chair, the fish starts rotting from the hand. So it's better we have a properly qualified person who will ensure that the institution is led properly and the research is properly conducted. So I support the amendment by the Honorable Chair. Thank you.
The Honorable Mwenje?
Thank you,
1
Chair.
minute, please.
Chair, I want to oppose.
The matter is straightforward.
I want to oppose this provision extremely, Chair. And Chair, let us just do a quick roll call. Those counties that grow coffee, where are they going to get somebody who has a doctorate in philosophy? From those counties, Murang'a, Kiambu, where will they get anyone? So now you're going to get somebody from out there who's going to go to those places. So this one, Chair, we must oppose this provision. This is not a university, that requires a vice chancellor with a professor. That is not the case.
Thank you. Thank
so
you,
this
Honorable
one,
Mwenje.
apana.
Thank you, Honorable Mwenje. The Honorable Sabina Maitu Chege.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I tend to agree with the Honorable Mwenje, though I want to inform him that from Murang'a we have several PhD holders. So that's not a reason for us to not to have a person not holding a PhD. But Chair, for equity, I would want to say we can say PhD can be an added advantage. So that we leave it maybe at master's level, and if you have PhD, is an added advantage, Chair. So that we open it up, and this is not going to be a job up reserved for a few cliques who will create their own position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, for purpose of making progress, I'll give the last opportunity to the Chair, and then I will put the question. Chairman.
Yeah, Chair, let me explain something.
Chair, before you proceed, I'll give an opportunity to the Honorable Gladys Boss.
Okay, Honorable Chair, thank you for giving me a chance. And now, just to maybe it's good for people to know the statistics of this country. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, this was 2 years ago in 2020, that's the last one I checked, they published that only 596,000 people in Kenya had undergraduate degrees. 596,000, about 500,000 people. So don't assume that everybody in Kenya is highly educated. And the ones that are PhDs, the PhDs are even less. So I want you to Google from the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, so as you recommend. So I don't believe that you can set such high standards and expect to get people who have experience and a passion. Because usually you find Mugabe had 7 degrees, and look where he education. Thank you.
Honorable Undo, thank you.
Chair, colleagues, I want us to be very realistic. This is a research institute. And as a research institute, it's going to be largely populated by people who are fairly educated and experienced in research matters. And the Chief Executive Officer, Honorable Chair, is going to be a peer among the others. You really, it does not make sense, Honorable Chair, that you are having the senior researchers are PhD holders and advanced degrees, and then you have somebody with a mere first degree. We are not going to do term papers. We are not going to do assignments. We are going to do research that will enhance the quality of coffee in this country. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you, Daktari. Honorable Kaluma.
Chair, we've been in this parliament long enough to know when clauses are being brought into a law to give specific people or unnamed people jobs. We have so many PhD holders who have no meaning before undergraduate degree holders. The Deputy Speaker here taught me, top class. How can you tell? And we know people who are doing far, far better. In fact, some people take all the time at the university studying than even learning the job they should do. I want to say, Chair, because we are not debating at this stage, that we either remove this PhD holding requirement in B, or we kill the entire clause. Let it go. Thank you, Chair.
Now, honorable members, before we proceed, and in the interest of time, and bearing in mind communication from the chair on this subject, I give a chance to the chair. For a real, the last real one now. Or the last one for real.
Chair, let me say this. And we are talking reality here, Chair. We are talking about a research institute to come up with innovations. Chair, I think we have a problem.
Order members, let's hear the chair.
I think the chair should be given some.
Chair, please proceed. Chair, proceed.
Chair, let me say this. And the chair, I would like to be heard. We gave everybody
Honorable members, because this matter, you seem to be very much interested on this matter, it is important that we hear what the chair is saying. So please explain.
Chair, let me say this. In any research and training institute, they will never ask for anything less than a PhD for the lowest level qualification. No, just ask anywhere. Go to any university.
Honorable Kaluma, please give a chance to the chair.
Honorable Kaluma, we gave you the chance to speak. Go back to school, Honorable Kaluma.
Order, Honorable Kaluma.
Just wait. Let me talk.
Please proceed, Chair.
Can I finish?
Honorable members, you will have a chance to vote.
I will.
So let him now finish the justification.
By chance,
then we will put this to a vote. Chair, please address me to make it easier for us to move.
Talking to you. When this research and training institute of ours decides to go on and further innovations, technologies, and management practices, they will look for researchers. The minimum requirement will be a PhD holder because their science is very refined. Chair, Honorable Kaluma is still disrupting you now. Chair, I am a PhD holder, but I don't want to go and do research in a coffee research and training institute, for sure. I will never apply for such a job. But let me tell you, there is no university in this country which will ask for anything less. There is no research institution which will ask for anything less. That is number one. Number two.
Order,
you are teaching us a research fellow.
Honorable Kaluma,
you are not
please take your seat.
You are teaching us whatever, but that is different.
Now,
that is the minimum required. This is the reality.
You know this is your bill. This is your bill, so do not address the Honorable Kaluma.
Have changed. That is the first thing I've seen, Honorable Chair. The second thing, Honorable Chair, research is about discourses and international collaboration. When people go out there, they look at who is presenting the paper. You can easily be ignored, and it has happened many times. It doesn't matter how much noise you make here. It is not the kind of noise you make out there. Chair,
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the House has done justice to this clause. So now I'll go ahead and put the question. So, honorable members, I put the question, which is that clause 79 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question, which is at clause 79. Members, you do not have enough numbers. I want to proceed, honorable members. I now put the question, which is that clause 79, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Proceed.
Clauses 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, and 89.
I propose the question, which is that clause 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, and 89 be part of the bill. There be no amendments. I now put the question, which is that clause 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 90.
I propose the question that clause 90 be part of the bill.
Don't distract the chair.
Will as chairperson, order members. Members, please stop annoying the chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 90 be amended as per the order paper. The import of this...
Honorable Meli.
The import
please,
of this...
you are a chair, so please sit.
Honorable Chair.
Please proceed, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 90 be amended as per the order paper. The import of this amendment is to align with the standard practice for submission of annual reports after financial year.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that clause 90 be amended as proposed by the chair. I don't see any interest in this. You have interest? Would you have your card, Honorable Cynthia? Please put it on the intervention. Honorable Cynthia Muge, member for Nandi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am just wondering what the reduction of the 7 months serves. Of course, it is to conform to the standards, but it still gives leeway for the Cabinet Secretary to allow a longer period, Honorable Chair. So,
any other interest? The Honorable Moses Kerema, member for Imenti Central.
I share the sentiment of my colleague that there is no reason why we should...
Please use your mic.
There is no good reason why we should reduce it from 7 months to 3, because as it has been before, it has been the standard. And even though it is indicated there is to conform with the standard, each crop is guided by its own regulations and its own code of conduct. So 7, it should remain still 7. There is no reason why.
Chairman, you have a chance to respond to those concerns so that we proceed.
Honorable Chair, first of all, I would like to be guided by the Honorable Goshine on which standard he is quoting. Which standard is he talking about? That's the first one. Yeah. The second issue, Honorable Chair, is that we do not want to encourage redundancy. The more time you give, the more people relax. 3 months is sufficient to produce an annual report.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put the question that clause 90 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, which is that clause 90 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 91 and 92.
I propose the question that clause 91 and 92 be part of the bill. No amendments, so I put the question that clause 91 and 92 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 93.
I propose the question that clause 93 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 93 be amended as per the under paper. The essence of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is just to align, instead of using county executive committee member, we use county governments.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 94 be amended as proposed by the 93. Let me take that again, honorable members. I propose the question that clause 93 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Thank you. I now put the question that clause 93 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 93 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 94.
I propose the question that clause 94 be part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 94 be amended as per the under paper. The import of this particular amendment is to equate the offense with the penalty.
Chair, the justification seems not to be clear to the members.
We want to equate the offense with the penalty. The initial one, I can read clause 94. 94(2) says that 2B, in furnishing such information, makes a statement which they know to be false, commits an offense that shall be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 50,000 shillings, and here we are put, instead of 50,000 shillings, I think 50,000 shillings is instead, and then or to imprisonment not exceeding 3 months. So we have put 6 months instead of 3 months. So 50,000 or 6 months.
Okay, let me propose and then we can come to your opinion, honorable members. I propose the question that clause 94 be amended as proposed by the chairman. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Chair, I have difficulties with this clause, even the original clause, because here it's about supplying information. Is imprisonment or under fine sufficient enough to remedy failure to supply information? Is it sufficient? You have declined to give the board or the institute the extremely important information. And all that you do, you are punished with a paltry 50,000, or you go to jail for mere 6 months, and then it has got long-term repercussion on the development of the coffee industry. So it's something that we need to look at it now that we have an opening to look at it.
The Honorable Samuel Chepkonga. Please use the intervention button.
Thank you, Chair.
Easier for me to notice.
Looking at the original text, which is providing for imprisonment of 3 months.
Okay, I'll call you.
I thought the chair was doing better by providing 6 months, which is more of a deterrent as opposed to 3 months. Because if you provide for 3 months, someone would, it's not a deterrent. So, but if you provide for 6 months, at least that becomes a deterrent, becomes a little bit serious. You will be locked in for 6 months.
Thank you. The Honorable Julius Olesonkuli, member for Kilgoris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just from my experience as a magistrate, if you provide a fine of 50,000 or a sentence of 6 months, those two do not match each other. You ought to have increased the amount of money and the amount of time. But this is, obviously they'll pay the fine and this thing will serve no purpose. Right? But anyway, if you decide that you can spread 50,000 for 6 months, I'm sure that that is still not a deterrent at all.
Honorable, I'm just trying to see the intervention. I don't see much, but the Honorable Kaluma, can hear your voice.
Chair, I'm sorry. I have my...
You proceed. And that mic seems to have a problem, so you may have to move to another one.
Yes, Chair, so that we may not delay. Chair, failure to give information is what in law we call a misdemeanor. It's not a serious offense, it's not a felony. It's not the kind of offense whose punishment should go beyond 3 months. It's failure to give information. And on that account, I believe the chair would agree, and I see Honorable Gichimu agrees, that the punishment of 50 and 3 months is the remit of a misdemeanor, not a felony, and therefore we oppose. And then I see the former chair of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the chair of the Committee on Delegated Legislation agrees. That is the nomenclature of various offenses in law. These are small offenses. They're not like robbery, those things which can cause you to be removed from office. It's failure to give information. Let us reject this amendment. We leave it at 3 months. It is a misdemeanor.
The Honorable Gishimo.
Chair, actually, this is not a penalty for failure or refusal to give information. Actually, it's furnishing false information, which is a misdemeanor. And looking at the figure of 50, it will not match with the 6. And still, at the end of it, the magistrate can still decide to jail you and to fine you as well. So that can be enough deterrent. So let it remain as it is, because actually matching 50 and 6, someone would opt, of course, to pay 50 and go. So let it remain as it is per the bill.
Chair?
What is?
Chair, please make a decision on this. Or we can give you 2 minutes to... I can give Honorable Sabina Chege as you consult. Honorable Sabina Chege.
Chair, as a member of the committee, I think when we were adding the 6 months, Chair, was just to make sure that the penalty then it's felt. But I also feel the same sentiment from the members. If you say 50,000, I think 3 months can be something that goes together. So if you say 6 months, then we should add the penalty maybe to 100 or 200,000. But since the lawyers here are advising us that that's really not a very serious offense, we can remain with the original. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Chair, is the consultation over?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, let's think as a house now. Number one, the provision is if somebody is furnishing, who is giving such information, makes a statement which they know to be false, is lying, or commits an offense, they commit an offense. So I think the provision for 50,000 is low for this particular case. If you are lying, 50,000 is too much. Yes. More than 6 months, more than 6 months. Honorable Kaluma, I think it's more than 6 months. 6 months you don't lose. Not more than 6 months. Okay, we can maybe then take the original. We can take the original one because
you
it
take
just
the original.
Yes. To 6
So
months.
now, Chair, you need to be on record that you are dropping this amendment.
Chair, in view of the discussions that the foregoing discussions, I wish to drop the amendment to clause 94 so that we revert to the original version of the bill.
So then you having dropped means that there is no amendment. Yeah. So then, honorable members, I propose the question. I put the question that clause 94 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 95.
I propose the question that clause 95 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 95 be amended as per the order paper. It is also the same issue, equating the offense to the penalty. Honorable Chair, clause 95 provides that the penalty is $30,000. We amended that one to 50,000, and then the other one, and then the part B, we changed to from 2 years to 6 months. We reduced from 2 years to 6 months.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 95 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Honorable Cynthia Muge first. Let's give the Honorable Cynthia Muge first.
Honorable Chair, in the spirit of standardizing at least the provisions here and hearing from the legal minds that are present in this House, I think probably the Chair should consider reducing the 6 months, which he has reduced from 2 years to 6 months, all the way to 3 months, so that can be in tandem with what has been provided previously, because the offense seems to be the same, and the punishment is the same, to help the clients of Honorable Kaluma get 3 months and not 6 months, which will get them off their job completely.
The clients of who? The clients of Honorable Kalu. Okay, the Honorable Dr. Oundo, and then we go to the Honorable Member for Goris and we close.
Chair, if we read the clause in its entirety, it's about information acquired during service in the institute. And it says you can only share that information by the authority of the council. And I want to take you to the chair. Normally research papers, publications are cited based on the standard citation. Will that constitute an offense? Would you require the written consent of the council to cite that in literature review, to cite that publication? It's something that now, it goes, now we start talking at that level, because these are published document or research paper. You are doing literature review. Would you require written consent of the council to cite as a citation? Chair, probably guide so that we know how to proceed, how to vote.
Chairman. Oh no, Chair. I had promised to give the Honorable Sunkuli. I'm sorry.
I take the different view, Madam Chair, and support actually this, because this is about the integrity of the institution. And we are punishing a person who decides to act against the secrecy of the organization. And I think that he deserves even to lose his job.
Chairman, the last one.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to say that this is not about the research information. It's not the research product. It is information to do with the institution. Secondly, Honorable Chair, people hide under Article 35, the release of information or the right to information, even if this information is held by an institution or a government. So we are saying, irrespective of the provisions of Article 35 of the Constitution, any information that is prejudiced should be kept in the institution, not just be recklessly released. And therefore, we believe those penalties are not sufficient to safeguard the information. Again,
okay, thank you, Chair.
The penal code, Chair, let me refer to the penal code, because I think we are, the penal code puts the penalty to 2 years, not 6 months. And how much in terms of the, because we need also to align to the laws that are there.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe we can be assisted by the Honorable Kaluma. Honorable Kaluma.
Yeah, Chair, I am always sympathetic to my friend, the chair of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture. But Chair, this particular provision, through you, Chair, is a provision which creates an offense for protection, essentially, of intellectual property in research of the Institute. I don't know whether the Chair agrees. And if we agree, Chair, there are other civil means and remedies to violations of intellectual property rights. I think we are putting too much weight on criminal penalty without considering that there are so many civil remedies around protection of intellectual property. And for that reason only, Chair, I wanted to say that unless we have empirical evidence confirming there is need to move from the regime of penalty that already exists or is already proposed in the bill, we don't need to amend. And then this particular provision, Chair, falls on that, because you don't get some empirical information saying if you move it this way, then it would be better. And to say that these offenses we are talking about here generally misdemeanors. They are those small offenses. The proposals in the bill are already good. We leave these things which exaggerate penalties, which just open the space for bribery and corrupt practices, by the way, for people to avoid being arrested, instead of addressing the issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chair, you would like to change your mind?
Honorable Chair, I would like to read the provision for the House for the record of the House. 95(1) reads as follows. Pursuant to Article 24 of the Constitution, the right to access to information under Article 35 of the Constitution shall be limited with respect to information, and listen to me here, whose disclosure is, in the opinion of the Council, likely to prejudice the integrity of research or any intellectual property. Integrity of research is the main issue here. Yeah. If the integrity of research is, if any information leaks on a research process, research is not a one-day affair. We are talking about the production of new varieties. If you're in the process of producing a variety and this information is released, before the release of the variety itself, you go back to zero. That is important. We need to safeguard that. So I tend to think the penalty provided under this bill as it is right now is not sufficient. That's why the committee felt we need to enhance that penalty to protect the institution.
Okay. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 95 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I put the question that clause 95 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 96.
I propose the question that clause 96 be part of the bill. No amendments, so I put the question that clause 96 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 97.
I propose the question that clause 97 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 97 be amended as per the under paper. The import of this particular amendment, Honorable Chair, is basically to change the one, to add the one whichever is higher, to give possibilities for the choice.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 97 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 97 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 97 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 98.
I propose the question that clause 98 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question that clause 98 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 99.
I propose the question that clause 99 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 99 be amended as per the under paper. The import of this particular amendment, Honorable Chair, is to include the licensing authority in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary in making regulations, so that there is consultation. Also, to limit the delegated powers to the scope of Article 94(6) of the Constitution, which stipulates that regulations should be defined and the scope limited to provide for power to make regulations on qualifications and appointment of inspectors.
I propose the question that clause 99 be amended as proposed by the chair. I do not see any interest in this, so I now put the question that clause 99 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 99 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 100.
I propose the question that clause 100 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question that clause 100 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 101.
I propose the question that clause 101 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 101 be amended as per the under paper. The justification is to provide for a transition clause on the assets of the board, which is missing, and also provide for the assets and liabilities.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 101 be amended as proposed by the chair. I do not see any interest in this, so I put the question that clause 101 be be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 101 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 102 and 103.
I propose the question that clause 101 and 102 be part. I propose the question that clause 102 and 103 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question that clause 102 and 103 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 104.
I propose the question that clause 104 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that that clause 104 be amended as per the order paper. The essence of this particular amendment is to correct the wrong referencing to the authority instead of board.
Thank you, Chair. Propose the question that clause 104 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Honorable Cynthia Moge?
No, Chair, I don't have interest.
Not on this one? I now put the question that clause 104 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 104 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 105.
I propose the question that clause 105 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 105 be amended as per the order paper. The essence of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is to bring in a skills audit to determine suitability of the staff in transition from the authority they are right now to the board.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 105 be amended as proposed by the Chair. The ones on the intervention, do they have interest in this one? So the Honorable Julius Ole Sonkuli?
Yeah. Madam Chair, this seems to be a very subjective thing. What is suitability test and who determines these skills audit? I think it's creating something you cannot test. And it's the same thing we are undergoing with SHIF and NHIF. Let people transition.
The Honorable, let me just say, I'll come to you, Honorable Sabina. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo, 1 minute.
Chair, respectively, I want to request the Chair to withdraw this amendment. And we should borrow from what we did in the Sugar Act, respectively. Because suitability test is so subjective, it is so, witch hunting, you will punish innocent staff. Let them be subjected to typical annual review and be weeded out as a matter. Please, we beg you.
Honorable Sabina Chege.
Thank you, Chair. On the contrary, Chair, I want to support the amendment by the Chair. Chair, we know some institutions, when people are being hired, sometimes we don't have the right people doing the right duties. It is important, suitability test, there are papers, and even in this house, I think, continuously we've had some checks and balances, where might be some people presented fake papers and the like. So, Chair, it is important. When transition is happening, let us look at suitability so that even the positions that, Chair, we have put very high qualifications, we can see who suits where. So, suitability test, I support, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think, Madam Chair, this clause will be abused very badly. It will be used against whichever you want to eliminate from an institution, and therefore I will kindly ask the Chair to drop this. Thank you. With a lot of humility. This will be abused by that institution. Because how do you, there is no measuring stick actually to get this to this point of actually what you want to achieve in this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this again takes me back, and I want to echo the words that the Honorable Kaluma said, because even at the point, it seems they are predetermined people for some of these positions, the way this is going. You know, we have somebody with a PhD doctorate, and then he's creating a position that he's the only one qualified for, seconded by Dr. Undo. And then they come and say, now we are going to determine this person who's been working here has to undergo a skills audit. I mean, surely, what are we doing here? It seems it's so clear there are people who you've targeted and you intend to remove and replace. You're going to determine what skills these people are going to have. It's such a subjective test. It is so wrong. And this House must start legislating in favor of these vested interests. This is a vested interest right here.
You have made your point. Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to respectfully disagree with this amendment because, Honorable Chair, we are already dealing with the shift from NHIF to SHA, and it is chaotic. This process, Chair, has proved to be vindictive, and we cannot subject more Kenyans to this. So, Honorable Chair, please, we ask you to reconsider your amendment.
Well, so without then calling more people, because you seem to be taking a similar direction, can I ask the Chair? Chair, only Honorable Gishimo?
One comment. Since skills audit has not been defined in the bill, I think the Chair just needs to drop this to avoid the subjective way of approving this.
Honorable Chair, I want first of all to declare, especially to Honorable Mwenje, with a lot of respect, that I do not qualify to be a staff of the coffee research. I have never done coffee in my life to the level that I can go to do research in coffee. That's number one. And I don't have anybody in mind. But Chair, bearing in mind that we got stakeholders' comments, this is a summary. This is the version that we basically agreed upon based on the comments, or rather based on the submissions from the stakeholders. It is not us who brought this. It was brought by stakeholders. Finally, Chair, in view of the foregoing, I think the committee can drop this particular amendment.
Thank you. So, honorable members, based on your interest and the honorable Chair, based on your explanation and your comment on this subject, the Chair has withdrawn the amendment to 105. So I now put the question that clause 105 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? It is withdrawn. So there is no amendment. So now I will take this again. I put the question that clause 105 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, that means that it has passed without amendment.
Clauses 106 and 107.
I propose the question that clause 106 and 107 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question that clause 106 and 107 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 45A.
Honorable members, I now call upon the mover to move second reading of the new clause 45A. Mover? Chair?
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 45A be read a second time.
Thank you, honorable members. I propose the question that new clause 45A be now read a second time. Honorable Eric Mushangi, member for Nyenjes.
No, I have no comments on this, Honorable Chair.
Okay, I now put the question then that new clause 45A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that new clause 45A be part of the bill. Honorable members, I don't see any interest, so I put the question that new clause 45A. Yeah, please go to the intervention. That's why I couldn't. Honorable Mwenje.
Chair, we can't find this clause 45A anywhere, so we have no idea what it says. And you know, with what's been happening here, we are very much afraid of the chair of agriculture, that he doesn't create another position specifically for him.
Honorable Mwenje, you need to go to the order paper. You know, for you to be able to deal with this bill, you need to have the order paper and everything else. It is self-explanatory. So, honorable members, can I go ahead and put the question? Can I ask the chair? Chair, please explain the clause.
Honorable Chair, while we were discussing clause 46 actually, I said, no, clause 48. I said clause 48 has been moved to become the new clause 45A. So it was moved exactly the way it was. For purposes of alignment, we have not introduced anything. Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you very much. I now put the question that new clause 45A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
What is out of order, Honorable Cynthia Muge?
Honorable Chair, I don't see any other opportune moment to submit my intentions to recommit at for 79.
Yeah, you can give your reason for that. For the benefit of the House and those who were not here when that was going on.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The 79 is a provision for the qualifications for the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute, and there was a sharp divide on the qualification of the CEO, Honorable Chair, and I'd like to recommit it so that members can have a better opportunity to make a proper decision on this, because the decision that we made earlier is not satisfactory to all of us, Honorable Chair. So, Honorable Chair, I kindly request that the same be redrawn or redrafted for recommittal.
Okay. Okay, order members. Honorable Cynthia Muge, first of all, I agree with you that there was a sharp divide on those who were for and those who were against the amendment. That I agree very well. And my guidance is that recommittal is done when we go back to the House. We cannot do it at this point in time. So there is an opportunity to do that. Yes, Honorable Kaluma.
Chair, I thought...
What is out of order?
I thought the intervention that Honorable Cynthia Muge was seeking was that the clerks prepare for her the recommittal because we are proceeding towards the end.
Honorable Kaluma, the Honorable Cynthia Muge will be guided. We have the mover here, and we have the clerks of this committee, and I'm sure there will be proper consultation. Proper consultation will have been done by the time we finish. So you need to engage the mover and also engage. You can start making those arrangements, but at this moment in time, I cannot do a recommittal from this position. So, honorable members, we proceed. Thank you. I propose the question that the first schedule be the first schedule of the bill. There be no amendment. Now I put the question that the first schedule be the first schedule of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Second schedule.
I propose the question that the second schedule be part of the bill, and this schedule as an amendment by the chairman.
Yes. Honourable Chair, I propose that the second schedule be amended as per the order paper. Honourable Chair, after a lot of debate at the committee level, we realize that some of these licenses, permits, and certificates need to be done in consultation. So we bestowed the responsibility to issuing the licenses to certain institutions, but in due consultation with others. For instance, the warehouse licensing. Warehouse is where you keep green coffee or parchment coffee. So we propose that instead of the county governments doing this, for purposes of the board being sure that this coffee is really the grade of coffee that they would like to, and the conditions remain optimal, it is the board that could issue that license in consultation with the county government. When it comes to coffee nursery certificates, again, we would like the board to be in charge of the material that farmers plant, because it's a regulatory body. So we agreed that the board does issue the licenses in consultation with the county government, because it will be produced at the county level. On power paying station, for purposes of keeping the standards, we propose the same. However, on the power paying station, no, I think there is license 13, power paying station license and power paying station license. I think there's confusion there. Power paying license is left to the county government in consultation with the board. And the final one, the second last, is the coffee marketing agent license should be issued by the Capital Markets Authority, and the trading license should also be issued by the Capital Markets Authority, as opposed to the provisions right now, whereby those licenses are supposed to be issued by the board.
Honourable members, before I call upon you, I would like to propose the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed by the chairman. Honourable Mwenje.
Thank you, Chair. I'm getting the direction the chairman is guiding us. But I'm afraid of something that you're opening here. You're opening an area where you're saying the issuing authority is the board in consultation with the county government. Are you trying to create another? I mean, let me take you to the issue that we have at times with public participation, which gives us a problem. At times when you're trying to get something across. What happens in an event where, when you consult, this person you've consulted refuses with what the issuing authority decides to do? What if you have a difference of opinion? Don't you think you'll create an avenue for argument here, and by the time you're issuing that license, you could have two varying positions? And you're looking at this is the county government in consultation with the board. Both of them with mandates, both of them can gazette, and both of them can gazette two different decisions. So I think there's a bit of clarity here.
Thank you.
And I'm foreseeing a problem that is going to happen, especially in terms of where you...
It's all right, Honourable Mwenje, I think you have made your point. Honourable Sunkuli.
Madam Chair, because eventually this crop is for, the end product is for export, and the name of Kenya will be at stake, I think we should not localize two things. First, we should not localize standards. And we should not localize our brand so much. I think that it is very good, because this is about policy as well as implementation, that both the county and the board do have a role in this thing. I think the mechanism must be found out, but I personally support this.
Honourable Kaluma.
Chair, I have a problem with consultation based on what the mover may want to achieve. In the sense, Chair, that consultation does not essentially mean concurrence. So if we are seeking concurrence, the mover should think of a word that would secure that. Otherwise, you'd have a situation where you're just told, we have consulted, full stop. Does not necessarily mean concurrence. Number two, Chair, in the earlier provisions, I saw us removing authority and replacing it with board. Here now I'm seeing issuing authority. I'm not clear, but let us be sure that we are talking about the board or authority, or in terms of definitions, we've made the usage of authority and board, clear at clause 2.
Cynthia Muge. Thank you, Honorable Kaluma. Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Chair. First, Chair, there is an anomaly in the amendment itself, because C and D are speaking to C11 pulping station license, and then D is referring to 13 but still mentioning pulping station license. Probably the Chair needs to realign that so that we can be able to be, they can be able to be in tandem. Secondly, Honorable Chair, it is glaring that the people or the authority that has been given a check are those responsibilities that are supposed to be left to the county government. While appreciating Honorable Sunkuli's comment on the standards and not localizing standards, Honorable Chair, it must also be noted that pulping, the issues of pulping, the issues of warehouses, the issues of coffee nursery certificates, Honorable Chair, are issues that are currently being handled by the county government, and being a stakeholder in coffee, I have so far not had a problem with them. Honorable Chair, probably we just need to leave this one down there, because this counter-checking will increase the bureaucracies, and it will actually take longer to get those services. And the services to do with agriculture, especially these goods, Honorable Chair, they need a very efficient system where things and decisions are made almost there and then. Honorable Chair, I propose that this should be left to the county governments.
Honorable Chairman, the last one, and then I put the question. You want to support?
Chair, because of health standards in export, health standards locally, it will be a misnomer for us not to leave the county governments to be in charge of licensing and warehousing and ensuring they meet the health standards. It is important that we involve the board. Second, Honorable Speaker, I just want to draw the attention of the Chair, this number 16, 17, 18, and 19. We have passed amendments on clause 30, which then will be a bit of a conflict, because in clause 30, you are saying the authority, which I thought is the board, in accordance with the provision of the Capital Market Act. So exactly, you need to be very clear. Who is the issuing authority? Is it the board or the authority, or is it a Capital Market Authority? Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, please, you'll be the last one. Let's hear, then we put the question.
Honorable Chair, first of all, we have defined the issuing authority. Licensing authority is in the definitions. Immediately after the exchange, after the institute, licensing authority is defined. It means the board, the county government, or the capital markets authority. Either of them is a licensing authority. So we have used the word across the bill, the word licensing authority, to refer to any of those three. That's number one. Licensing authority. Alafu, now the other issue, Chair, is that the issue that the Honorable Muga has brought on board is number 13. It's actually supposed to be coffee roasters license. It's not coffee, it's not power paying station, because power paying station is number 11. Number 13 is roasters license. According to what is in the bill, if you look at the bill, there is an schedule 2, which has this, the table. So I think that's a typographical error. I don't know whether we have to recommit. I think, so we will put a further amendment to this.
You can make the correction and move it in an amended form.
Okay.
Because you are already making an amendment, so
yes,
you can amend further.
Yes. Honorable Chair, so I would like to that I would like to propose that paragraph 13 be further amended to read coffee roasters licenses instead of instead of pumping station licenses, because this is the one that you're referring to.
Thank you. I propose the question that the second schedule to be further amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, can I go ahead and put the question?
Yes.
I now put the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the second schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 2 be amended as per the under paper. The amendment seeks to delete terms that have been defined but not used in the bill. Also introduce terms that have been used in the bill and not defined. It's also supposed to cushion the farmers from brokers, define grower in the proper context with respect to processing, and define catalog in the proper context.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended. I propose first, then I know you have an amendment. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chairman. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chairman. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We have another amendment by the Honorable Robert Gishimu.
Thank you, Chair. Also seeking to amend clause 2 under the definition of the buyer to expand the meaning of the buyer, because the buyer as defined in the bill only refers to the buyer who buys coffee at the exchange. And if you look at the definition of direct sale, it expands the meaning of the buyer it shows that there is a contractual arrangement between a registered owner, coffee cooperative society, coffee union, coffee grower, coffee estate. So I'm seeking to amend so that we can bring all this, because sale of coffee is not only done at the exchange, it can also be done directly. And also looking at section clause 47 of the bill, 47 of the bill indicates or gives the instances of market or coffee trading. And coffee may be offered for sale through auction, direct sale, international exchange, and also the amendment that was also moved by the CR. So this also covers other instances whereby sales of coffee can be done. And also the amendment, when you talk of an incorporated company, that is an entity. So I'm also seeking to define that a buyer is any person or entity. Entity is either a business name or a company or any form that is not in person. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed, be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Gishimu. Honorable Oundo?
I know we might have been overtaken by events, but probably Chair, when he's standing to respond to Honorable Gishimu's, probably you need to tell the members here in the country, there's definition of smallholder. It is so subjective, it's impossible to contextualize. Because you say a smallholder means a person cultivating coffee in a small parcel of land. What constitutes a small parcel of land? And what constitutes a big parcel of land? Is Kaluma small or is Kaluma big? It depends which part of Kaluma you have touched so that you decide whether small or big. We need to be very specific unless you make reference to regulations. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Professor, Doctor. So members, I would like to give this chance to the chair so that you can comment on the further amendment by the Honorable Gishimu. What is out of order, Honorable Kaluma? Please give the mic to the Honorable
Chair,
Kaluma.
The Honorable Oundo has mentioned my name in relation to some parts of my body, which he says are small and other parts big. I think that may be the subject of various interpretations. I request it be expunged.
Honorable Honorable Oundo, you heard the comment by the Honorable Kaluma, and for sure you mentioned him.
Yes, I did.
You went ahead to make some descriptions. So what is your comment?
Which are visible, Honorable Chair, descriptions that are visible. Some will look at his ear, say they're big. Some will say they're small. But if he feels sufficiently offended or if thinks he's in danger, in trouble, because of that comment, allow me to draw that reference. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
So, okay, so members, let's make progress. Chair? I wanted let's hear the chair because it may just make it easier and assist us to make progress. Mwenja, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, first of all, there is need for us to include direct sales. And I want to agree with Honorable Gishimu that it is not included in the buyer. So we need to to consider his amendment. On the other issue of smallholder, Honorable Chair, I would like to read the definition of a smallholder for the House to take a decision. The smallholder is defined as it means a grower cultivating coffee in a small parcel of land or in small parcels of land who does not possess his own pulping station. You can have 50 pieces of land, but you have no pulping station. You are a smallholder. As long as you have no pulping station, we do not consider you to be an estate or a large-scale coffee.
Okay, Chair. So, honorable members, the definition exists. There is still more points of order. The Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the reason I wanted to speak before the chairman, I know this had been, it's because it's been brought back. I noticed that in this definition and even in clause 62, there's a reference to imports of clean coffee for these buyers. And I'm wondering why we are legislating on this one. Is it an anticipation that as a country we'd be importing what you're referring to as clean coffee? So I just wanted a clarification, because this is something that is reappearing consistently here and under clause 62. Just clarify for the sake of Kenya. Thank you.
Okay. Chair, before you comment, let us hear the member for Kilgoris.
Yeah. Just to say, Madam Chair, that maybe the chairman should consider that this definition of a smallholder is not sufficient. Because first of all, you are saying that smallholder is a person who is on small land. And you have not said what small land looks like. And then even the drafting officer, the drafting person, did not care to put either a comma or a full stop or something to tell us, is this owning a pulp station? If you have big land and you don't have a pulping station, you are still a smallholder. Is it or and? I think that definition, that part is a bit messy, and I think you should consider just going to redraft it properly.
So now, honorable members, Kalasinga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Even finally, a quick one, Chair. If a farmer has a quarter acre and he has a pulping, is he not a smallholder? The definition is fake, Madam Chair. Because actually the word small, if small means you don't have a pulping and you have a quarter an acre with 10 stems, and then you have a pulping and then you are not small, Madam Chair. I think we need to get more clarity, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, we have an amendment by the chair, which you agreed to. We have a further amendment by the Honorable Gishimu, which you agreed to, but you do not agree on the definition. And honorable members, at this point in time, we are focusing on the chair's amendment and the Honorable Gishimu's amendment. So now, and I know Honorable Kaluma will agree with me in this, it will be difficult to bring the definition at this point. Yes.
Honorable Chair, you are very right. What should happen
and
is
the chair has a definition.
Yes, Chair, what should happen is that there appears to be agreement on the proposal by Honorable Gishimu. And so the procedural thing to do is to put a question and pass it. There is, however, want of agreement on smallholder, which we initially passed. So maybe we pass Gishimu and see what can be done in terms of procedure other than recommittal, so that smallholder can be more definite. Because, Chair, if you look at this smallholder definition, it has two parts which are complete as clauses. The first part of smallholder is that is a grower cultivating coffee in a small parcel of land. That is first part. Now, how small is small? The other part is in small parcels of land who does not possess his own pulping duty. So there must be clarity in terms of small. But I'm saying, you are right, Chair, we pass Gishimu's amendment and think under the standing orders how we can go back to define smallholder better.
Chair, I noticed that the word smallholder was part of the chair's amendment. And honorable members, we already passed that amendment. So members, I would like to proceed to deal with the amendment by the Honorable Gishimu. So honorable members, I put the question that clause 2 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Gishimu. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 be further amended as proposed by members. I'll take that again for the two amendments. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. There is no amendment on the title, so I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have come to the end of this coffee bill, and I thank you very much for your support. I call upon the mover to move reporting.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the coffee bill Senate Bill number 10 of 2023 and its approval thereof with amendments.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do agree. Senate Bill number 10 of 2023 and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Speaker.
Would the mover and the mover, the chair and Honorable Cynthia Muge approach the speaker? The majority leader may also do. I'm requesting the majority leader, the two members proposing recommittals, and the majority leader to approach the speaker. The chairperson of the committee of the whole house.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole house as considered the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments. Thank you, Speaker.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I also request the Honorable Oundo to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Honorable members, I now propose that the House agrees with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023. Yes, the Honorable Mutunga.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to request that I be allowed to move to recommit clause 8 of the bill.
Who is seconding you?
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I do give notice for the committee that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following ones, subject to the committee of clause 8.
Seconder.
I wish to request the Honorable Gishimu to second.
Honorable Gishimu.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of clause 8. Yeah, for the convenience of the House, the question to the proposal to recommit will be put when the House will next sit on the matter. The second recommitter, Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise to give notice for recommittal that the motion for agreement to report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following words, subject to recommittal of clause number 79. Honorable Speaker, I ask Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga, the MP for Kabuchai, to second.
Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga.
Honorable Speaker, I strongly second.
Yes. Honorable members, again I propose that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following words, subject to recommittal of clause 79. Again, for the convenience of the House, the question to the proposal to recommit will be put when the matter will next be scheduled to be transacted by the House. Honorable members, this has been the most active, one of the most, let me say, active committee of the whole House, going late up to where we are. I want to thank the members for the commitment. Let me also request the members seeking recommittal and the members of the House generally to be in the House tomorrow, because the matter may come again so that we can transact that matter. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, at the time being 8:51 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 27th day of November 2024 at 9:30 a.m.
I don't know whether maybe we will lose.